I welcome you all to this session on carbon pricing, where we will be looking at instruments and policies to manage mitigation, the effectiveness of these policies, the cost of these, and we have two excellent papers lined up for the discussion. But before we launch into that, a few housekeeping rules. Please type your questions in the Q&A box, and would request the speakers and the presenters to stick to the given time limit so that we have ample time for discussion. So each paper presenter will have 25 minutes and the discussant 10 minutes. That will give us good time for question and answers. I will let the speakers know 1 to 2 minutes before their time is coming to an end and request them to wrap up. And with this, let's get started. And we have some questions for the audience, just as a warm-up. So let's take a poll on carbon pricing. Which sector requires the most government support for decarbonization in your country? Please select one. Is it buildings, transport, agriculture, energy, technology, or others? I hope the audience can see the poll questions.
Dear Sujata, because it takes time for them to answer, we're going to keep it through the session and I'll post results at the end of the session. Is that okay?
Okay. Also, there is a second question. So I think both these will be posted. The second question is, which emissions policy is most needed in your country? Technology subsidy and promotion, emissions trading, emissions cap, a carbon tax, or other tax incentives, or any other policies. So with this, so Dina will be having the response to this towards the end of our session.
Yeah, audience already started to answer, but it might take some time.
Okay, so just in the interest of time, let's move on to our first presentation for this session. And I have, as I said, both our speakers are very distinguished. And I have the privilege of inviting Dean and Professor Ying Fan. She is received her PhD in system engineering and is focusing her research and teaching in the fields of energy economics, energy environment economic system modeling, emissions trading, climate change, in energy and environmental policy. I have not gotten into the details of Professor Fan's CV, and this is, as indicated, available. But currently, she is the Dean and Professor, School of Economics and Management, Beihang University, People's Republic of China. So, Professor Fan, the floor is yours, and you have 25 minutes for your presentation. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And let me just share my screen. So I believe you can see my full screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to present a paper at the ADBI Annual Conference. And the title of my paper is Exploring Complementarity of Carbon Pricing Instruments for Decarbonization in China. I'm going to present following contents. So first is the background. To mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, countries around the world are taking actions, trying to issue optimal policies or schemes. Chinese government has set a series of policy targets to mitigate emissions. In the Paris Agreement, China plans to peak its carbon emissions around 2030 and further commit to reach carbon neutrality before 2060 in the 2020 United Nations General Assembly. So to achieve these goals, two key targets of reducing CO2 emissions in the fossil energy consumption for 2030 were introduced at the Climate Ambition Summit in 2020. There are a 65% reduction in CO2 intensity compared to the 2005 level, and the 25% of the total primary energy supply coming from non-fossil fuels. There are also air quality targets. Since these targets are interrelated, it seems that it will be difficult to achieve all of this with a single climate policy. While carbon pricing, either via the emission trading scheme or a carbon tax, has been considered first best policy worldwide to combat climate change. As a market-based instrument, the carbon pricing could lead to effective emission abatement at the lowest possible cost, and therefore is being increasingly implemented by regional, national, and subnational jurisdictions. According to the World Bank information, 67 carbon pricing initiatives have been already in place or are scheduled for implementation in the world by 2021. In China, the emission trading scheme has been adopted as the most important carbon pricing instrument for emission reduction domestically. Based on a trial run of 7 pilot projects at the provincial and the city levels since 2013, a nationwide carbon market was announced by the end of 2017. After 3 years of capacity building, which includes the system instruction for reporting, registration, and the trading, finally, the nationwide carbon market started operating in July 2021. The coverage of the nationwide carbon market is planned to be following sectors: power generation, petrochemical, chemicals, building materials, steel and iron, non-ferrous metals, paper making, and also domestic civil aviation. To date, the average carbon price is 47 yuan per ton CO2, and the accumulated trade volume is 23.4 million tons. The most important purpose of the emission trading scheme is to encourage firms or institutions to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions through a market-based mechanism at the lowest possible social cost. Meanwhile, to provide incentives for utilizing low carbon technologies and improving energy efficiency. This is considered a second aim of the nationwide carbon market. However, there are great uncertainties regarding this additional aim, as it is an indirect way. In fact, the emission trading scheme will always not cover all potential emission sources due to high transaction costs, such as emissions from household, transportation, and some other like service sectors, For example, the nationwide carbon market in China only includes the electricity sector in the initial phase, and the other 7 sectors will be covered in the future. These sectors basically are energy intensive. Some empirical studies on EU ETS have shown that the impact of the emission trading scheme on low carbon technology innovation and energy efficiency has not been that significant. For example, it has been found that demand pool policies like the EU ETS can fail to achieve multiple targets unless they are combined with other complementary policies. In the context of China, there has been some analysis in the discussions focusing on the 2 types of carbon pricing policies, ETS or carbon tax, focusing on impact analysis, abatement cost. Given the uncertainties surrounding the implementation of a single carbon pricing policy, complementary policies may provide a hand against the failure to achieve multiple climate targets. So it is of great importance to assess whether a single cost-effective instrument is enough for developing a low-carbon economy, or whether a policy portfolio would be more effective. There are a few studies trying to consider a mixed carbon pricing portfolio in China. As an extension of the previous research, this paper discussed this issue from both of the national and the regional levels. We investigate the impacts of different policy portfolios on CO2 emissions, social costs, interregional factor mobility, sectoral output, and the export and import in China. We not only evaluate ETS in the carbon tax policy separately, we also stimulate the combination of ETS in the carbon tax. In addition, we further discussed 2 possible policy portfolios by combining them with a subsidy for energy efficient vehicles to present the promotion of new energy vehicles in China. So in this paper, we use a multi-regional energy environment economy modeling system to analyze the economic impacts of different policies, which is based on China multi-regional CGE model. The model includes 30 regions in accordance with the administrative structure of mainland China. Each region consists of production sectors, rural and urban household, a representative enterprise, and the local government. The production sectors are aggregated as 17 representative sectors. 1 agriculture sector, 5 energy sectors, 7 non-energy industry sectors, and 4 service sectors. The model includes 6 modules: production module, emission trading module, commodity trading module, institution module, labor and capital mobility module, and the macro closure. In the emission trading module, it covers most energy production sectors in the energy intensive sectors. This coverage is similar with the real nationwide emission trading scheme currently planned. Not totally, but mostly similar because of the limitation of input-output table data. For the sectors levied carbon tax, the direct cost from tax is included into the production function. And the cost of emission trading scheme would directly affect the production of covering sectors by increasing their total production costs. The production costs of emission trading sectors include not only intermediate input costs and the costs of energy use in the value added, but also the costs of carbon permits. By comparing its marginal abatement cost in the carbon tax or carbon price, each trading sector can determine its actual emission reduction in the trading volume under the objective of total cost minimization. A decision to reduce emissions will directly affect the production of trading sectors through changes in production cost. Okay, this study utilized 5 policy scenarios to assess the impact of different climate policy portfolios in China. And it is that the national CO2 emission reduction target at 10%. An emission trading scheme scenario refers to a nationwide carbon market. A carbon tax scenario refers to a unified carbon tax for all sectors. In a combined scenario of ETS and carbon tax, both ETS and carbon tax policies are adopted when the ETS refers to energy and energy-intensive sectors, and the carbon tax policy refers to the rest of the sectors. A subsidy for energy-efficient vehicle is implemented in the scenario of ETS in the subsidy or the scenario of carbon tax in the subsidy. Let's see the simulation result. The total emissions are decreased in all scenarios, but the results show differences in the magnitude of emission reduction among the different scenarios. The total emission reduction under scenario ETS and the ETS and the subsidy combined are a little more than we expected. That is more than 10%, due to extra emission reductions in sectors that are not covered by the ETS, so-called non-ETS sectors. The main reason for this is that the non-ETS sectors are affected by the rising costs of energy in the energy-intensive products, reduced final demand for goods under ETS, and so on. Therefore, the output of the non-ETS sectors is reduced, leading to a slight decline in emissions. On the other hand, total emissions decreased by 9.35% under the ETS and carbon tax combined scenario, in which 90% of the emissions reduction target is allocated to the ETS, and 10% is expected to be accomplished by the carbon tax. However, our results show that while 90% of the target can be achieved by ETS under a CO2 price of 55 yuan per ton, it is still too difficult for non-ETS sectors to achieve the 10% target under a carbon tax of 100 yuan per ton, as most of these non-ETS sectors are service sectors. The figure displays the differences in emission reduction across regions under scenario ETS in subsidy combined and the carbon tax in subsidy combined. The results show significant differences between two policies, in that emission reductions present larger differences across regions under scenario carbon tax in subsidy combined. As there is no emission trading in scenario carbon tax in the subsidy combined, these regions will definitely suffer from more economic loss. Compared with carbon tax in subsidy combined scenario, the emission reduction under scenario emission trading in subsidy combined are more evenly distributed across regions and seem to be more reasonable. Here we have two figures. The left figure shows the GDP change across regions and their different scenarios. In the 5 different scenarios we present, all regions would experience different GDP losses compared with the base case scenario. As expected, the policies that include ETS face less economic costs than others. It is confirmed that ETS is more cost-effective than the carbon tax policy. In addition, the combination of ETS in the carbon tax policies has a lower GDP cost than the single ETS policy. Regarding policy impacts at the regional level, for central and the western regions, like Jilin, Inner Mongolia, Guilin in the Ningxia, experience more significant GDP losses than other regions under scenarios carbon tax or carbon tax and the subsidy combined. This indicates that the ETS policy could better reflect regional equity compared with the carbon policy. The results show that the GDPs in all regions are affected less under scenarios ETS and ETS in the carbon tax combined. Red figure shows the welfare changes across regions under different scenarios. Let's see the results for inter-regional labor and capital mobility. Different policy portfolios have different impacts on the reallocation of production factors, both labor and capital, across regions. The results show that the ETS policy and the carbon tax policy have opposite effects on interregional labor and capital mobility. The ETS policy performs better in promoting the transfer of labor and capital from eastern regions to the central and the western regions, while labor in the central and the western regions transfer to the eastern regions under scenario carbon tax. The results for capital are similar. Here we can see the sectoral output impact. The total output decreases under all policy scenarios, as the emission reduction policies increase total production costs. When comparing ETS in the carbon tax, we can see that the carbon tax policy leads to increased reduction in total output due to a higher price level for all sectors. Let's see the industrial structure change. When ETS policy is included in the scenario, the energy intensive sectors have higher decreases in output than other sectors, as energy intensive sectors are the targeted industries. For emission reduction are also the main sectors included in the carbon market. These sectors are assigned clean emission reduction targets and are thus facing more output reductions. By comparing the ETS alone, ETS in the carbon tax combined, and the ETS in the subsidy combined scenarios, the electricity industry, which is the largest CO2 emitter, experiences the most reduction in output under scenario ETS. The main reason is that the adoption of carbon tax or subsidy for energy efficient vehicles will reduce the CO2 emissions from non-trading sectors, especially the transportation sector, leading to a reduction in the demand for emission permits in the carbon market. Therefore, the electricity industry will struggle to reduce their excessive output under scenarios ETS and the carbon tax combined and ETS and the subsidy combined scenarios. Now let's see the impact on export and import. The total export of goods and services decreases compared to the base case. The results show that the export of energy-intensive goods significantly decreases under all scenarios. Compared with scenario ETS in the carbon tax, however, the decline of total exports is more significant under scenario ETS in the subsidy combined and the carbon tax in the subsidy combined. This indicates that while the implementation of ETS or carbon tax decreases the export of energy-intensive goods, subsidies for energy-efficient vehicles cause further drop in the export of energy-intensive goods. So now let's come to the conclusions. From above simulation, we have compared impacts of a separate ETS, a carbon tax, in the combination of a ETS and the carbon tax from regional and industry level perspective. We have further evaluated economic impacts of two policy portfolios by combining these two instruments with subsidies for energy efficient vehicles. Our analysis shows that compared with a separate carbon tax policy, the GDP losses caused by a separate ETS policy or the combination of ETS and carbon tax policies are less, especially in some central and western regions. A separate ETS policy performs better in promoting transfer of labor and capital from the eastern regions to central and the western regions. In terms of sectoral output change, policy scenarios, policy portfolios of ETS and carbon tax combined or the ETS and the subsidy combined will cause less output decreases. Although all the policy portfolios are effective in reducing the output of high emission industries, the industrial structure adjustment is more significant when a carbon tax is put in place, especially when combined with subsidies for energy efficient vehicles. We saw similar stimulation in the export of goods and the services. And finally, let's see some just a few policy implications. The first, nationwide ETS certainly has its advantages compared with a carbon tax, such as cost effectiveness and regional equity. But a policy portfolio could achieve the same emission reduction target with more moderate impacts. Therefore, the implementation of a carbon tax for non-ETS trading sectors or a subsidy for energy efficient vehicles could be considered as supplementary policies for the emission trading scheme in China. So that's all for my presentation. And the questions and comments are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Pan. You were excellent, not only in your presentation, but also in keeping to the time. So, no, thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. And let me now proceed by asking the discussant to present her questions. And let me introduce Dr. Go Tian. She's the Research Fellow at Energy Studies Institute, National University of Singapore, in Singapore. And her areas of interest and research are decarbonization, energy efficiency, climate mitigation policy, and modeling of energy systems with a focus on Southeast Asia. So we've got a very capable discussant for your paper, Professor Pan, and who has also published widely in peer-reviewed journals like Applied Energy, Energy Policy, Energy Economics, and is also producing a chapter in a book edited by, published by Roulette. So Dr. Tian, I'll hand the floor to you for your comments, questions on Professor Pan's presentation. So over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. And thank you so much, Professor Fan and ADBI for giving me the opportunity to read and review this paper. I gained a lot of insights from reading the paper as well as your presentation, Professor Fan. It was very interesting for me to understand how the different carbon pricing instruments can be put together in the CG model. So I'll be taking this opportunity to give some of my thoughts and questions and suggestions for the paper. Next slide, please. A short summary of the paper. A CG model is being used to examine different scenarios, which include carbon pricing, as well as a subsidy for energy efficient vehicles in a policy portfolio to achieve decarbonization in China. And the CG model has the benefits of allowing us to look at the different effects. This is a multi-regional CG model, so it allows us to look at the effects from GDP losses, equity and welfare, and compare them across regions. And the key finding is that there are benefits to adopting a carbon tax or a subsidy for energy efficient vehicles for non-ETS sectors as a supplementary policy. This paper, next slide, please. This paper, I think the strengths of this paper are that a CG model is being applied to examine the quantitative effects of different policy portfolios that include carbon pricing. And the model allows for the consideration, the CG model, of external trade as well as the trickle-down effects of carbon price, as we can see on reduced demand, and therefore there was a slightly higher emission reduction achieved. Also, because it's a multi-regional CG model, we have comparison of regional disparities and understanding of what are the different effects on each region. And this differs from earlier models, which are nationwide. Also, I think that an interesting combination of policies are considered. Not only is ETS or carbon tax considered, there is a hybrid ETS and carbon tax scenario, which looks at non-ETS sectors. And the ETS and carbon tax are also combined with a subsidy for energy efficient vehicles in a non-ETS sector. I think the models and findings and the model from this study are insightful for policymakers and set the stage for future considerations of the basket of policy mechanisms that are required for decarbonization. The model can be used for future scenario planning to look at further policy portfolios. And the findings, I think, can be used as an example for other countries which are considering a hybrid portfolio of policies, as well as to use the CG model to look at what are the impacts in their own countries. Next slide, please. So some of the questions that I had when I was going through the paper, the first question that I had is actually on the policy implications of the different carbon prices of the different scenarios. We know that the model shows that the hybrid ETS carbon tax system has a carbon price for non-ETS sectors that is 100 yuan per ton. And I think that this is quite significantly higher than both the pure ETS as well as the hybrid ETS. So what are the policy implications of this? Will there be any implementation challenges? Is my first question. The second question that I had is when I looked at one of the papers that was cited in the literature review in 2019, where it also compares a pure ETS with a hybrid ETS. In this paper, the model observes a very significant difference in the price between the hybrid ETS as well as the pure ETS. So one of the things that I thought of is that it would be beneficial for policymakers and readers to understand what are the sources of the difference between the two models and what we can learn from the differences in how these model assumptions are made and how the models were developed, so that policymakers can consider how the hybrid ETS can be implemented. Next slide, please. Another question that I had is on the changes to industrial structure. The paper mentions that a carbon tax is more effective in reducing overall output and changes to industrial structure. But since the same emission reductions are achieved across the different scenarios, then what are the considerations, the policy considerations that go into prioritizing changes to industrial structure? Some of the thoughts that I had is it for the long-term decarbonization plans will make it easier or smoother to achieve these longer-term goals, or are there internal targets for decoupling? Just some thoughts, and maybe there are some policy implications that can come out of this. Next slide, please. I also have some suggestions on results presentation. I think that you have already presented on how the China's climate targets relate to the 10% emission target in your paper just now. Another thing that I thought was good is that in this paper, there is a lot of discussion, and the effects such as equity, welfare, GDP losses are all quantified in the paper and discussed rather extensively. From a reader perspective and a policymaker perspective, maybe it would be good to have a table to compare and summarize all these implications across the different scenarios, so that readers can have a bird's eye view, a better understanding of how the decision can be made in the comparison of the different effects and the trade-offs. Also, I think that this paper is really good in coming up with a model as a foundation for future scenario analysis. And it could be possible to mention this as a further research extension, where the model can look at other policy portfolios, extending to other areas, other subsidies that can be implemented for non-ETS sectors, etc. Finally, I think that there are some limitations to the use of CG modeling, and the model is also limited by the assumptions and how the model is developed. So I think it will be good to discuss this, so that when readers look at the paper, then we can interpret the results with this in mind. Next slide, please. And finally, on the policy implications, I have a couple of suggestions. First, I think that the subsidies for transportation, energy efficient vehicles, I think it's a very interesting policy to consider within the CG model. And I'm wondering that since the paper mentions that the carbon price and carbon tax are lowest when a subsidy is implemented, would it be useful to have a short explanation on how subsidies compare with other policy measures that can be implemented for the transportation sector, to give readers a view of how these policies compare with each other, or what are the differences in the other policy measures that can be implemented for transportation. The second thing that I thought of for policy implications is that the subsidy for energy efficient vehicles could possibly be extended to other non-ETS sectors, such as a subsidy for the adoption of more efficient equipment or more efficient household appliances in non-ETS sectors. So this could value add to the paper, or be in a future extension where readers or policymakers can think of how auction revenues can be recycled in different ways. Another thing that I thought would be valuable is to discuss how the different quantitative effects play out within China's domestic context. What are the considerations in terms of the national circumstances of China, and why a carbon tax or a subsidy would be recommended as a supplementary policy to an ETS, specifically in the context of China. And finally, I thought that a comparison with existing hybrid systems in other countries could bring out some of the benefits and challenges that countries have faced in practice in terms of implementing such a hybrid policy portfolio for carbon pricing. And one example could be the climate change levy in the UK, which you can consider as something that can be discussed in the policy implications at the end of the paper. That's all my thoughts. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to review and read this paper.
Thank you, Dr. Goh. Your comments were again of a very high caliber, if I may say so. You've evaluated the paper very well and gone deep into its. Let me turn to Professor Phan, if she would like to respond to some of the questions that have been raised by you. Professor Phan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Tian. And your comments and questions are valuable. Yeah, actually, I can see you read our paper very carefully. Thank you so much. And I'm going to respond these questions, not piece one by one, but in total. In the first, I think several questions and comments are related to the revenue cycle. Yeah, because in our paper, the main focus is to compare different policy or policy portfolios. So we like to set a comparable baseline. So for this, we just set a government tax neutrality. So in all the scenarios, the government tax is the same. So when we receive carbon tax, we just return all the carbon tax to resident, or we auction all the emission permits. We also transfer this revenue to resident to keep tax neutrality. As an alternative, we like to invest this revenue to low carbon technologies. So in this case, we just take the energy efficient vehicle, which is a representative of low carbon or new technologies. So just the representative industry or technology. So that's why we take transportation as an example and transfer all the carbon pricing revenue to these new technologies. This certainly can be extended to other industries, especially specific low carbon technologies. Yeah, you're right. That's first. Yeah, another point is the combination of emission trading and carbon tax. Yeah, actually, we suggest ETS only cover a few energy intensive sectors, and the other sectors can be covered by carbon tax. Since the carbon tax covered sectors are not tradable, so it's difficult to set a suitable share of reduction target to carbon tax. How much for the emission trading sectors, how much for carbon tax covered. So in our paper, we just said 90% of reduction target can be finished by emission trading sectors, and only 10% to allocate it to the non-ETS sectors, even though the price in emission trading scheme is 55 yuan. And the carbon tax in non-ETS sectors is more than 100 yuan. So this raises another issue, is how to allocate all the reduction target to ETS scheme in the non-ETS sectors. That's not easy. Yeah, that's why the prices are different. And also for you mentioned the industrial structure change, including exporting and importing structure change. This related to the long-term reduction strategy. In our model, we not only include trading among sectors, among regions, we also include abatement, abatement cost. Yeah, abatement cost curve. This is also come from the CGE model simulation. So when we set a lower cap, then all the firms will choose actions between trading and invest in low carbon technology. So if they invest more to low carbon technologies other than trading, so the future structure change will be larger. So that's our point. Yeah. I believe all the trading schemes just for emission reduction. So when we evaluate emission trading scheme, we like to see how this emission trading scheme stimulate low carbon technology investment. So that's it. Definitely is necessary and good for the future change. Yeah. You mentioned some limitations. All your points are very good. Yeah. I think we can revise our paper. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fan. Dr. Go, any follow-up questions you have?
I have no follow-up questions. I do agree that industrial change is beneficial in the longer term, and that ETS is meant to stimulate low carbon technologies instead of just having like an offsetting mechanism. Yeah, so I thank Professor Fan for giving those explanations. And I do think that also that the energy efficient vehicles is an example of how the subsidies can be implemented, and that this paper really shows that it can be extended to other non-ETS sectors, and it would be valuable to actually investigate this policy portfolio. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I agree, Professor Fan, a very, very valuable tool that can be used to evaluate different combinations of policies, etc. We have a question from the audience, from Daniel Augustine. Firstly, Daniel is congratulating Dr. Go for her excellent comments. And then the question is for Professor Fan. Can you please give details how carbon tax is implemented in China, or how it would be implemented in China? So over to you, Professor Fan.
So you mean carbon tax?
Yeah.
Currently, we only have emission trading scheme in place, and but research on carbon tax has been under many research in different departments and universities. Currently, we don't have that, but I believe in the future we need a combination of emission trading and carbon tax.
Okay, there's a follow-up question from Tomi Hardan Tomo. It's related to this, for the previous question. How might a carbon tax rate be set? So at what level would a carbon tax rate be set? And how could a carbon tax then affect the economy, employment, other taxes, and the deficit in China? I presume this is the budget deficit that is being referred to here.
Yeah, this is complex. Yeah, actually, when we levy a new tax, a new kind of tax, like carbon tax, is complex and need to be approved by the central government. So it will take a complex process. And now we only have research results based on modeling and simulation. And just through a simulation, we just try to match a specific carbon tax level with a specific reduction target. So the final decision need the process to be approved. Yeah. Currently, we don't have.
Excellent. So we have Bibi Tuti making some comments, but really not a question. I was wondering if I may ask Professor Fan, how do you explain your model results where there is an increase in certain provinces, an increase in GDP in certain provinces, whereas there seems to be a migration of the factors of production. So labor and capital seem to be moving away from, for example, the eastern region, but then the eastern region is also showing an increase in GDP. What's causing this?
Yeah, because our model is a multi-regional model, so we can do this distributed impact analysis. Actually, the different regions in China has different development level. So if we can take emission trading scheme as an opportunity to shorter or to narrow the gap between eastern region and the western region, that will be great. So if we can set a suitable initial allocation, we can contribute to this point. If we cannot set a very good initial allocation, that will be bad. So this point should be paid more attention.
Okay. Well, that's very, very interesting results from your model. And as I said earlier, it's a very useful tool and reasonably disaggregated. So it can, I think, provide useful guidance to the policymakers. And I think ultimately the implementation, etc., depends on other factors beyond the model, the realm of the model. So thank you once again, and for an excellent presentation. Really enjoyed it, and I think I'd like to thank the audience also for their active participation and questions. And of course, Dr. Go for her very insightful comments. Thank you. With this, let's now move on to our second presentation for the session. And here I'd like to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Professor Frank Jyotso, and who is a professor at the Crawford School of Public Policy. He's the Director, Center for Climate and Energy Policy, Australian National University in Australia. So welcome, a very warm welcome to you, Professor. And his paper will be speaking about the role of carbon taxes and emissions trading in a portfolio of policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. A little bit more about Professor Jyotso. He is the Professor of Environmental Economics at Australian National University and also the Head of Energy at the ANU Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions. He is a lead author with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and has taken on various roles in the IPCC, that's the 5th assessment report, and he's also currently associated with the 6th assessment report, and is a joint editor-in-chief of an academic journal on climate change, i.e. the Climate Policy. His more detailed CV is available on the website. And in the interest of time, Professor Jyotso, over to you.
Well, thank you very much for that very kind introduction. Thank you to all of you at ADBI Institute for the occasion, actually for the opportunity to speak at this conference, and thanks everyone for listening in and participating in this session. So the question that my paper deals with is, what is the role of carbon pricing in an overall portfolio of policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? And I'll take you through this question step by step, because essentially the theory tells us that carbon pricing should really be the central instrument in mitigation policy, but in practice things are not so clear-cut, in particular in the process of actually beginning to implement climate change policy. And there's a lot of considerations that policymakers need to take account of in the creation of so-called policy packages, portfolios of policies to reduce emissions. And so the paper and my presentation here now will take you through some of these considerations and the latest insights and thinking on these issues. So you've mentioned I'm one of the IPCC lead authors, in fact, in the chapter on policy instruments and institutions. The co-chair of the IPCC Working Group 3, Jim Skee, spoke to this conference yesterday and foreshadowed some of the themes in the IPCC. And of course, ahead of the release of the report planned for March next year, I'm of course unable to speak to what's actually in the report, but it's certainly fair to say that these precise issues that I'm talking about here are certainly, reflected in various forms in the assessment that the IPCC is preparing as well, and that simply reflects the policy practice and what we've learned in the actual implementation of carbon pricing, and it reflects the most recent academic literature as well. So with that, let me jump into some illustrations here. So, first of all, when we look at the recommendations by the High-Level Commission on Carbon Prices, convened by Professor Stieglitz and Stern just a few years ago, and they said a well-designed carbon price is an indispensable part of a strategy for reducing emissions in an efficient way. And I think that's a really strong guiding goalpost. The Commission also said that carbon prices that are in line with the Paris goals, long-term goals, would be in the order of $40 to $80 per ton of CO2 by 2020 and 50 to 100 by 2030. And as I'll show you in a minute, or as you probably know, that is actually a very ambitious goal here. So the question is how to design and implement a carbon price that is effective in the context of other policy instruments and in the context of multiple policy objectives as they exist in practice. Now, what we can observe is that carbon pricing really is becoming a mature policy instrument. Carbon pricing now covers over 20% of total greenhouse gas emissions, okay? Not just carbon dioxide, but over 20% of total greenhouse gas emissions. It rose rapidly, first with the introduction of the EU emissions trading scheme, and then secondly, just recently with the introduction of China's national emissions trading scheme. And in between, we had a gradual increase in coverage with the introduction of various schemes around the world. However, most carbon prices in carbon taxes and emissions trading schemes are low relative to the mitigation goals, and a very large majority of carbon prices in effect are below or far below those target prices spelled out by the Commission on Carbon Pricing, and also below what most analyses tell us are needed for carbon pricing to make a really big difference to emissions growth rates. Only about 4% of global emissions are currently priced at levels above 40 euros or about $50 or so per ton of CO2, and they're mostly the European carbon taxes and the EU emissions trading scheme at this point in time. All right, so stepping back, why carbon pricing? Well, the theory is really clear. If you want to reduce emissions of any kind, really, in the most cost-effective way, then the best way to do this is to put a price signal in the market. Okay, and that way you achieve an equal marginal cost across all covered sources of emissions, and you have these incentive effects both on the production side and on the consumption side. And by having them on the production side, you also provide an investment signal towards cleaner alternatives. For global efficiency, you would want an equal emissions price in all jurisdictions, in all countries of the world. And for efficient investment signals, you want a firm expectation of the future price in emissions markets. And so these are theoretical ideals. We are unlikely to get there anytime soon, in any case, in practice. But that's the direction of travel for global efficiency. Carbon pricing is the most direct and generally the most efficient form of getting an equal marginal cost on all emission sources. It is also importantly a source of fiscal revenue, right? And that can be an important facilitator, including for political acceptability, as I will explain in just a little while. Another important point to make is that the design of carbon pricing schemes has improved a lot, actually, over time, as theoretical insights have, in fact, been implemented in policy practice, and as experience has been gathered with the actual operation of carbon pricing schemes around the world. Now, is carbon pricing actually effective? Does the theory work? Yes, absolutely it does. And we know that from many studies that actually review the evidence that we can see, right? We can now correlate the existence and the level of carbon prices with the actual observed emissions outcomes in the countries and sectors that are covered by carbon pricing. Okay, and the result is clear. Carbon prices do tend to reduce emissions or reduce emissions growth. And the result is also clear. The higher the level of the carbon price, the higher the dollars per ton of carbon dioxide, the greater that effect. In our own work that we've done here at ANU, we looked at a very large data set of carbon taxes and emissions trading schemes over 20 years. And we found, after accounting and controlling for very many other variables, economic variables, structural variables, and policy variables, we found that the existence of a carbon price in a jurisdiction on average decreases the emissions growth of the covered sources by about 2 percentage points per year. Okay, so that's quite a significant effect. This is 2% per year, right? So a very large cumulative effect. How do we do a carbon price? Well, either a carbon tax, that's very straightforward, or an emissions trading scheme, right? So here emissions permits are issued by governments, they're tradable between emitters, and you get a market price. Okay, both emissions trading schemes and carbon taxes can apply in the same jurisdiction, and they can even apply to the same sources. So Professor Fan alluded to that in her presentation just before, and we have a practical example of that in several of the European Union countries where the European emissions trading scheme applies, as well as national carbon taxes. There's many variants and related instruments. In the interest of time, I may skip through them very briefly. Baseline and credit schemes, traded emissions credit schemes such as the Clean Development Mechanism and similar national schemes. And of course, there's also shadow pricing of carbon emissions. Many of the large corporates, the companies do that, where they apply an internal carbon price. And some governments have also used a shadow carbon price in regulatory analysis or as an internal guidelines for making policy or investment decisions. Now, I already mentioned it, revenue. Carbon pricing can be an important source of fiscal revenues. Some of the schemes in place create large revenues, but others don't. Okay, so I've listed here just some of the examples where significant revenues are being achieved. And really the standout in terms of the emissions trading schemes here is the EU ETS. And it's important to know that at the beginning, the EU emissions trading scheme actually brought in very little money for the member governments, and it now brings in quite a lot, over $20 billion per year. So in the European context, that's not a massive amount of fiscal revenue, but it is significant and enough in order for member states to actually care about maximizing that revenue and doing something useful with it. among the carbon taxes that are in operation, some quite significant revenues being achieved there as well. Now, as a thought experiment, if we covered all of the global carbon dioxide emissions from energy use, okay, and we covered them at a carbon price of $30 per ton, for example, which is, you know, not particularly high in the context of the higher price schemes at the moment, but higher than most of the schemes in existence at this point in time, we'd get about $1 trillion of tax revenue per year globally, right? So that's really significant. And if you break that down, if you apply the average emissions intensity per person, which is about 4 tons of CO2 from energy emissions per year globally, then at $30 a ton, of course, you've got $120 per person in the world per year to play with. So not insignificant if we got there. Revenue and cycling, what are we going to do with all of that money, right? So first of all, much of the revenue in the existing schemes actually return to emitters in order to alleviate competitive effects or in order to smooth the political obstacles to the introduction of carbon pricing. However, the revenue that's actually taken by governments can be used to lower other taxes or go into general revenue, of course. Please excuse me for a second. I've lost my window. Just 1 second. Just 1 more second, please. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Thank you for bearing with me. So we were with revenue recycling. The money that governments take from carbon taxes or emissions trading schemes can, of course, be consolidated in general revenue, and it can then be used to lower other taxes, right? It can be used to lower income taxes, lower business taxes, okay? It can also be used, and often is, to make transfers to address particular distributional effects that are undesired. For example, carbon pricing will tend to raise energy prices, which can tend to have undesirable effect, in particular on low-income households, okay? That can be alleviated through targeted transfers to low-income households using the money that is being taken in from the general community and the business community through a carbon tax or emissions trading scheme. A politically salient way of spending carbon pricing revenue is earmarking for specific purposes, in particular climate change related expenditure. The experience certainly in rich countries is that this can help significantly in shoring up general political support for carbon pricing, make it visible what the money is being spent on, and spend that money on climate change related purposes. Revenue is usually constrained by the free allocation of permits. I've mentioned that already. There's a tendency to return to give out some of the revenue for free to some of the companies concerned. Carbon pricing design choices, I mentioned it, great progress has been made there over the years. And I just want to, this paper looks at just 2 aspects really of design. First of all, permit allocation under emissions trading, who gets free permits, why and under what conditions, and equivalently for carbon taxes, who gets tax-free thresholds or tax exemptions and for what reasons. Secondly, minimum or maximum prices in emissions trading schemes, or I should say more generally, price guidance in emissions trading schemes. And then also, but I won't dwell on this in this presentation, linkage between emissions trading schemes with other jurisdictions. The allocation of free permits to emitters is often the result of lobbying by particular industries rather than an economic necessity. They're typically at the time of introduction of a carbon pricing scheme, there are concerns about loss of profitability or loss of competitiveness in the market. Now, if producers that are subject to a carbon price can also raise their output prices, right? And so if they can raise their product prices, then allocating them free permits can result in windfall profits, right? And achieve a distributional outcome that might not be in the intent of policymakers or the community overall. However, there is a case, a bona fide case, for providing free output-based allocations to industries that cannot raise their output prices, in particular to industries that trade in international product markets, where there's competition from countries where producers are not under similar carbon pricing constraints, right? And the tried and tested remedy for that is to provide some free emissions permits that are linked to the amount of output, not to the link to the amount of emissions, but linked to the amount of output. And that retains incentives to actually become more emissions efficient and less emissions intense. That shielding of domestic companies against international competition that is not subject to the same constraints can also be achieved through border carbon taxes, or carbon border adjustment measures, as they're called in the European Union. In this case, no need for free permit allocation and therefore full opportunity to reap fiscal revenue. And the tax incidence in that case, it is at least partly on exporters, which is also an attractive feature from the point of view of importing countries. Over time, we've seen a tendency for fewer free allocations and greater fiscal revenue. There's various measures that can avoid low prices or even put a floor price in the system. A very interesting one, the Market Stability Reserve in the EU Emissions Trading Scheme. It's an automated mechanism that sets some of the permits aside while market prices are low. Similarly, high prices can be avoided through price ceilings, price containment reserves, and similar measures. At the end of the day, the principle is always to take permits out of the market if prices are too low relative to some benchmark, or to put additional permits into the market if prices are too high relative to some benchmark. Of course, in the extreme, you just fix the price and then you have a carbon tax. You can also stabilize prices by linking your domestic scheme to other schemes in other jurisdictions, forming a bigger bubble with a common price. On the downside, of course, that does mean a loss of control, a loss of national control over carbon prices, which can be perceived as a negative. Now, the roles of limits of carbon pricing. What can carbon pricing do? Well, a broad-based uniform price signal, automatically incentivizing emissions reductions right through the production chain, creating future pricing expectations, providing fiscal revenue, great things when you can implement them. What carbon pricing cannot do, however, is to apply to small non-point emission sources. I'll come to that in a second. To incentivize innovation at costs, at marginal costs higher than the carbon price, or be effective where behavior is not price sensitive, right? Many realms where raising the price of something doesn't necessarily translate into action to reduce use of that particular good. And also it falls short in providing specific or highly visible outcomes, which can be an important consideration for policymakers. Now, those are then, of course, also the theoretical reasons for why one might want to choose a set of non-pricing policy instrument. For example, in order to be applicable in agriculture or in energy efficiency, where there is a large number of small emission sources that are difficult to monitor and enforce, or where behavior, we notice for energy efficiency, doesn't respond very strongly to price signals. The other instances are, of course, where there are externalities or market failures, and support for innovation and new technologies that come in at very high costs initially is the archetypal example. For that, there's a strong role for governments there to support technology development and to help bring down the costs of new zero carbon technologies down to a level where the carbon price can then pick up the running and where the carbon price results in large-scale adoption. Now, other reasons why in practice carbon pricing may not be taken up is that it's politically difficult. And so, of course, I live and work in a country, Australia, where we have a history of very adversarial politics over climate change policy. And those adversarial politics have found their expression in a very difficult politics of carbon pricing, with slogans such as technology, not taxes, and carbon pricing being a great big tax on everything, right? And so in many places, that in itself can be a reason to resort to alternative policy instruments. Carbon pricing is also difficult to communicate. So it's very difficult for many citizens, and in my experience, also journalists, for example, to understand that raising a tax can actually change behavior rather than just raising revenue. Also, and this is a difficulty often for politicians, is it's very difficult to point to specific instances where the imposition of a carbon price actually changes things, right? Because the effect is quite diffuse and can rarely be pinned down exactly. Many types of non-pricing policy instruments. I'm watching the clock here a little bit, so I won't dwell on that. There's direct regulation technology standards. There's also performance standards where you set an overall goal and then let individual companies trade with each other to achieve the overall goal collectively. A very important set of regulatory instruments there. There's also, of course, fiscal policies, subsidies for low emissions products and activities, government provision of low carbon infrastructure, also government-owned operations in terms of transport and buildings, of course, important opportunities for interventions. Also support of structural change. So, for example, supporting workers and communities in declining fossil fuel industries. And important to highlight also, governments have roles in institutions and information, emissions data, public information, but also analysis and strategy, in particular in the shift to net zero emissions, important roles for governments there. Now, in the mind of an economist, carbon pricing will always be very central, right? Like the Commission said, right? And the other instruments will be arranged around that in various ways. In practice, there's usually a messy mix of policies with multiple objectives, with layering of new instruments on top of existing ones, with various constraints, political or institutional, on policy choice. There will be interactions and overlaps between different policy instruments, okay, and between different climate policy instruments and other policy instruments that also affect emissions outcomes. Some of these cancel each other out, some of these reinforce each other's, and others have effects that are often not fully anticipated. Okay, and so in practice it might look like this, or it might look completely different from that. Also, there may be significant gaps in policy coverage. So that's what we get. Does it matter? Well, the magnitude of the adverse effects from this messiness in the interaction overlaps and gaps is obviously a function of how deeply we deviate from the ideal of a common marginal cost across all sources. And the task for policymakers is very clearly to identify which are the most problematic interactions, gaps, overlaps, and remedy those that are most important. Now, moving from policy mixes to well-designed policy packages, right? And so the ideal here is that a policy package is one that is well-designed and well-considered, where carbon pricing is complemented by a multitude of policy instruments that actually act in a concerted fashion and that together achieve great overall effectiveness at high levels of economic efficiency, and that also provide a measure of robustness in terms of the overall policy effect. In doing so, absolutely an incremental approach will be needed. You start with taking stock of the existing policy landscape and then evolve that over time as the opportunities arise to add additional policy instruments, to remove policy instruments that no longer are fit for purpose, and reform and evolve the existing policy instruments. I'm just about at time, and I'd just like to take, with your permission, about 2 additional minutes for conclusions and recommendations. So conclusions, obviously carbon pricing has that important role, but that specific role will differ between different jurisdictions depending on the context. Design can be optimized both for societal and industry acceptability as well as for effectiveness, and we've learned a great deal over decades of implementation of carbon pricing scheme, and we've learned a great deal in particular with the application of carbon pricing in jurisdictions in a whole range of countries over recent years. Climate policy never exists in a vacuum, and carbon pricing never exists by itself, and so those policy interactions are really quite central. And effective policy packages will include both pricing and non-pricing policy instruments, and they need to be designed in a way that multiple objectives can be met and synergies are maximized. Very briefly on some implications and recommendations really for policy practitioners, right? First of all, analysis and strategy. It's really important to identify options for national climate change policy in light of international experience, in light of what theory tells us. And what is always possible to do in a national context is to define a desirable future carbon pricing policy as part of a broader policy package, right? And use that as a goalpost and to map out the direction in which things should travel over time. Evolution, right? So map out that possible trajectory starting from the existing policy framework, take the opportunities for policy reform when they become available, and evolve those climate change policy instruments over time. It is totally okay not to start with the ideal carbon pricing instrument that is already pitched at a high price level. It's totally fine to get there over time with incremental steps. And that is of course, the ultimate argument here for combining pragmatism and ambition. Thank you very much. And I very much look forward to the discussions, comments, and to the Q&A.
Thank you, Professor Jyotso. Again, a very, very interesting paper. But in the interest of time, I will introduce the discussant for your paper, who is Professor Tatsuto Yukihara. Professor Yukihara is at the Economic Research Center of Economics of Nagoya University, Japan. He has been a visiting scholar at many universities like Yale, Oxford University, and he was the Deputy Dean of Economics at Wuhan University. He is the guest editor of some academic and technical journals, and has been consulting in the People's Republic of China on designing carbon markets. With this introduction, let me give the floor to Professor Yukihara. Welcome.
Hello, can you see my PPT file?
Yes, we can. If you can make it full screen, please.
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you very much, Gupta, for inviting me to give my comments on Frank's paper. And I have read Frank's paper carefully and make some comments prepared. But I found that his presentation today is quite different from his paper. But anyway, I will base on his paper to make some comments. Firstly, I want to make a general assessment on the paper. I think it's a very nice paper, and it uses economic theory to review the role of a carbon tax and carbon emission trading scheme, we call it ETS, as a policy portfolio. He used the policy mix here, because in Japan, we usually see policy mix, and in China, Professor Fan Ying said policy hybrid policy. So it's the same thing. So this kind of combination policy combination to reduce CO2 emissions. And also this paper defines a market-oriented instrument such as ETS and carbon tax, and the government interventions such as non-pricing instrument like subsidized institutional framework design, emission standard, efficiency certificate, regulation, and something like that, and analyze their functions to carbon mitigation. And also this paper discusses a very important issue of overlapping and interaction of policy instruments. So when we use policies to reduce energy, reduce emission reduction, we know that one single policy is not enough. So we need many policies. How was that function? So each function. So this paper discovered the important issue of overlapping, spatial overlapping. And also this paper provides a simple framework of combining multiple policies to reach a multiple objects. This is very words I like very much. It also suggests some politically and physically possible policy package, or Frank called it portable fuels for carbon neutrality targets. And also it provides some good ideas and methodologies, as he mentioned in today's presentation. Here I want to make a summary of, with my idea about the so-called policy overlapping and interreaction. I made this a kind of graph, and also I found it very interesting. Frank also used a similar graph this morning. So I think that carbon reduction targets cannot be reached by a single policy or a single instrument solely. So we need a combination of policy mix or policy portfolio. But we can see from this photo of graphics that we have many instrument policies, for example, ETS, carbon tax, and also non-pricing policy, instrument like subsidies or institutional intervention, something like that. So we can see that these policy instruments or non-policy instruments are working together at the same time. So we need to know what is the interaction of each policies. For example, if we imply a policy of ETS, what should we do about carbon tax? And also if we introduce a carbon tax, what other function should we go? So each one, policy have interaction each other and at the same time. So this is question. Another question is that it must be, have a carefully looking at the overlapping issues, because, for example, ETS covers only some sectors, some countries, not all the world, not all the sectors. So this is a function or result are very limited. But carbon tax may cover all sectors, all household and government institutions. So this kind of coverage range and also function are quite different. But sometimes we say if you issue a carbon tax, then some company will be hurt by ETS because you will face a problem of doubling pricing. You give the double charge on the firm or company. So how to avoid this kind of thing is this question. Also, I will ask Frank about the definition of a range of the overlapping, what part of the overlapping or what part of the interaction. So carbon tax and non-pricing policy and ETS can work together, but we have to be careful about the overlapping issues and to let it work interactionally, as the words Frank used in his paper, harmony in Chinese, 和谐. So this is very important, you see. And also the image of a multiple policy object. I think this is very important or core idea or concept in his paper. We can see that in this graph, we can see that ETS, carbon tax, government intervention, and the international collaboration. There's two, I just choose two main instruments. Each policy can have a different target or result. For example, ETS can reduce carbon emissions from some targeted sectors and regions. Okay, so like what Professor Fan Ying said in his presentation today, China just covers energy sector or electric sector this year, and other countries may be different. And carbon tax may have a large range of pricing on the firms and the products. So it's kind of a pickering tax, pricing on high emission sectors and regions. Okay, so some high emission company or firms will pay higher carbon tax, and then to reduce its carbon emissions. And so this kind of policy will may affect all sectors and firms as well as persons. Government intervention is very important because climate change policy or climate change governance is very high top down style instrument. So the government is necessary to design a target and a roadmap for the target, and also made some legislations and issue some policies. But the question is how to balance carbon inequality between sectors, regions, and household. So in Frankfurt, he didn't mention that, but I'm studying the inequality issues and also carbon inequality issues. I find that ETS carbon tax may induce some very serious carbon inequality issues. And also international carbon market. Now we have EU ETS and China ETS and other Asian ETS like Korean ETS. But how to integrate this kind of regional carbon market into one? But of course, maybe it's possible, but anyway, to function coordinately, to do something together. Otherwise, we cannot get the final goal of 2050 or 2060 or carbon neutrality. And also, I just put a very important issue here because we just have a COP26, and I know Frank is one of the leader authors of IPCC's report. But I may say here that carbon neutrality or zero carbon society, a low carbon growth, is not our final goal. Our final goal is make all people in the world better off, to let them have a higher economic growth without emit too much emissions. So in the future, our target is decoupling CO2 with GDP and toward a zero emission society with lower carbon growth. So our growth is also one. So we cannot say that only growth, but no, only emission reduction, but no growth. So this is something misunderstanding in recent days. Okay, finally, may I ask too many questions, only choose two questions. One is that Frank mentioned in his presentation today that carbon pricing cannot be so high, cannot be so low. But in my opinion, that in the case of EU, now 1 ton CO2 costs about 69 euro. But in China, only 47 yen, the big difference. So how can we, set a reasonable carbon price to, give a punishment on high carbon company, and also give intensive to the innovative companies. Another question is that how to make a good balance between this kind of.
Yukihara, can you please wrap up? You're already 2 minutes over time.
Yes, I know.
Please.
How to make a good balance between emission reduction and the low carbon growth, also sustainable development. So only 2 questions. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And let me say that there are several questions in the Q&A, so we'll try to respond to those. But Professor Frank, do you want to respond to the 2 questions posed by Professor Yukihara? And if you could do it quickly, then I can cover some of the questions that will come up in the Q&A. Thank you.
Firstly, a very warm thank you to Professor Yukihara. These reflections will be extremely valuable in further developing this paper, actually. And I think that's very enlightening for the audience now here as well. And Tatsuto, sorry, what I presented is somewhat of an evolution from the paper that you saw earlier on, and I put some emphasis on some of the more practical aspects as well. Very briefly on overlaps, I think the question you're asking is a very important one, also difficult one. How do we identify and measure and map the overlaps, right? So in my consideration, the best way to do this is bottom up, right? So, and you essentially what you want to do is you catalog all of the emission sources and then take that view of a particular emission source and catalog which kind of regulatory and pricing policies it's actually subject to. And that's usually the easier way of making such a map rather than coming top down. Secondly, on the multiple objectives, I found it really enlightening the way you presented this, and also the emphasis that you placed on the ultimate objective of development in the context of net zero or decarbonization. And when we're talking multiple objectives, this is really usually the biggest objectives that governments will have. And thirdly and finally, or I want to pick up on the international dimensions. I think you're also right to highlight this very strongly. And I think you told us that the international dimension of carbon pricing, carbon trading can be carbon inequality. And I think that is actually part of the reason why in practice we do not see a lot of linking of emissions trading schemes between countries, right? And so, the early literature on this was very optimistic on the prospect for linking carbon trading schemes internationally because of the efficiency gains that can be had. But then the practical insight is that the countries that might be selling additional emissions permits to others would see a revenue inflow, but the overall macroeconomic costs of reducing emissions by more might actually exceed those revenue inflows, which creates all sorts of concerns for policymakers, of course, right? And I think that's actually a really tough nut that will need to be cracked in future when we have a broader range of carbon pricing schemes existing, because, homogenizing prices to some extent will really have tremendous economic efficiency benefits. And at this point, from where I sit, I don't really see a clear pathway of how we're going to get there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We have several questions, so I'd suggest that some of these can be responded directly, but let me raise a couple of them, and I'll maybe merge 1 or 2 questions so that we have time for more questions. So one question for you, Professor Frank, is what would be the negative impact on fiscal revenue due to the production reduction? And would carbon tax revenue be enough to compensate this, and how it would help to minimize the impact on production reduction?
Okay, which reductions are we referring to? The emissions reductions or the reduction in production?
The emission reduction.
Yeah, that's right. So, for one aspect.
A reduction in production.
Reduction production. Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. So, of course, what happens is when you bring in any kind of policy instruments aimed at reducing emissions, and that is effective, then the effect will be that some of the high emissions activities will be curtailed, right? And so in practice, that will mean sometimes that producers will substitute into lower emissions technologies. Can be the same company producing with different kit, different technologies. But there's also substitution from high emissions producing companies to low emissions producing companies, or in fact substitution between entire product categories, right? So very archetypally away from the use of coal in electricity and also industry, and towards the use of renewable energy, right? And that leaves some companies without a business model, right, or with significant declines in revenue. Whether governments choose to compensate for that or not is ultimately a political decision, right? The observation in most emissions trading schemes is that the successful way of managing that transition is to provide some sort of temporary assistance, right? And so that works quite well because society's interest is normally a very long-term, whereas shareholder interest is normally quite a short-term one. And so, if you provide some sort of compensation for lost profitability for 3 years, 5 years, something like that, you may be able to come to some sort of accommodation, if you will, with the losers from carbon pricing. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Also, Professor Frank, your presentation has raised interest in our ADBI's Dean, Sonobe-san, and he would like to ask you a question. Yes, so, Sonobe-san, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Sujata. Thank you very much, Professor Frank, for excellent presentation. And thank you, Yukihara-sensei, for nice comments and questions. There is a proposal of differentiated carbon price recently. So, meaning the lower price of carbon for developing economies. And then IMF is saying that this is more equitable. So could you kindly share with us your thoughts on this proposal of differentiated carbon price? Thank you very much.
I'll take the chance to go first. Thank you very much for the question. Now, I think we can say this is, in fact, what we largely already have. So we see the high carbon prices in some of the richer countries, and we see the lower carbon prices among those of the industrializing and developing countries that have taken on a carbon price. And it's sort of a natural way of evolving the system. In terms of the fairness or equity impacts, I mean, ultimately, it is a decision that is fully within national sovereignty. I think, if you look at the Paris Agreement framework, then it's up to each nation to make particular pledges, usually framed in terms of emissions outcomes. More infrequently framed in terms of the application of policy instruments. And so a differentiation in terms of the level of the stringency of policy effort, including the level of carbon price, is natural in that regard. What we're missing out on is some economic efficiency benefits that could be had globally. I mean, the EU emissions price is now typically over 60 euros per ton, several times higher than the carbon prices that prevail in large parts of the rest of the world, not to speak of the 80% of global emissions that aren't actually under a carbon price. And so if we could have more coverage at slightly higher prices in some other countries, we could lower the EU emissions price and have a much more efficient outcome. But of course, there's reasons also why European policymakers, like those high carbon prices, because, they really push forward innovation and greatly benefit the zero carbon industries that European countries want to foster.
Thank you, Professor Frank. In fact, I had a related question. You said that there was a 2% decline in the growth of carbon emissions with carbon pricing. But is this growth decline sensitive to the carbon price?
Yes, thanks for the question. So this is from our statistical study, just simply observing the correlation between the existence of a carbon price and the level of a carbon price. I just didn't want to go into that detail. And the growth rate of observed emissions under a carbon price. And so that growth rate on average is 2 percentage points per year lower for those countries with the carbon price after controlling for many other factors. And yes, that affects scales quite directly in the level of the carbon price, right? So I'm happy to share that paper. Yes, it scales. We did not test for the shape of the relationship between carbon price and emissions reductions, right? So you would expect that it is not a linear relationship, but we actually didn't have enough data to test for the precise shape of that correlation.
So Nobi-san, any further questions from you?
Not right now.
Okay. There are several questions, Frank. So one question that is being asked is, do you think carbon pricing will be injected in trade agreements and be exempt from WTO rules, which encourages the reduction of all tariffs?
Yeah, so very important question, I think, and so very applicable to the European carbon border adjustment measures. And so the state of play there is that it is WTO compliant as an instrument to level the playing field between European companies and international companies that are not subject to an equivalent policy regime. Okay, and so very specifically, the carbon border adjustment are to apply to commodities imported into Europe that within Europe are subject to a carbon price, but that aren't subject to a carbon price or equivalent regulation in the exporting country. And so yes, that is WTO compliant. Will we see this kind of thing inserted into trade agreements? It's actually, that is an interesting question. I think you could see a prospect for it to be inserted into bilateral or free trade agreements, right? Where you say, one provision of a free trade agreement is that, goods traded freely are also subject to similar carbon tax, carbon pricing treatment in both countries. You could imagine that. I think the bigger point in many ways is that we could speculate that carbon border taxes might well catch on and not in other countries, right? And not be confined to the European Union. I hinted at that in my presentation. A carbon border tax adjustment is actually a very attractive thing for a country that imports energy-intensive, emissions-intensive commodities and also has a domestic industry. So it's not a thing that exporters like, but importers tend to like it. And so I think we might see more of it.
Okay. The organizers of the conference are telling me that we've shot over time. So, but it's been an extremely interesting discussion, Frank, and also Professor Pan. Thank you very much for your presentations and for taking our questions, and also to our two discussants, Yukihara-san and Dr. Go. Thank you very much for your very, very insightful comments again. And I think it would be remiss on my part not to thank the audience. We've had a very, very active participation. Unfortunately, we could not take up all the questions and only just a sample of the questions. But I would request if it's possible to in some way respond to the questions that are being raised, and request the speakers to type in your answers to these questions in the Q&A section. So, and Sonobe-san, thank you for joining us. And it was really a pleasure to have you on this session in person with us. And I would like to congratulate you and your team for organizing a very, very high caliber discussion and conference. So I think we all.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
So with this, the session is closed and we adjourn.
Yes, Sujata, thank you so much. Yeah, and welcome back to ADBI Annual Conference on Climate Change Mitigation and Green Finance. This is day 3 of the 3-day event, and this is the second session of today. Will be on topic regional cooperation on climate change mitigation. Before we start the session, please let me remind you that you audience can type their questions in a Q&A box. Also, we are running the polling questions for this session, and the results will be posted towards the end of the session. Also, we are running clock for our speakers, which you can see on your screen. Okay, please let me introduce the moderator of panel discussion, Regional Cooperation for Climate Change Mitigation. The moderator of this session is Dr. Sing-Yeon Park. She's Director for Regional Cooperation and Integration, Economic Research and Regional Cooperation Department at the Asian Development Bank in the Philippines. Sing-Yeon Park, during her progressive career within ADB, has been the main author and contributor for ADB's major publications, including Asian Development Outlook, Asian Economic Integration Report, Asia Capital Market Monitor, and Asia Economic Monitor, and Asia Bond Monitor, and ADB Country Diagnostic Study Series. She also has participated in various global and regional forums, including G20, Development Working Group, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, ASEAN +3, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, and Asia Europe Meeting, ASEM. She has written and lectured extensively about Asian economy and financial markets. Dr. Sing-Yeon Park, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dina. Thank you very much for warm welcome and also kind introduction. I'm very pleased to introduce this panel on regional cooperation for climate change mitigation. This panel discussion will highlight the importance of and the role of regional cooperation for climate change mitigation, with special focus on our own region, developing Asia. We'll discuss the policy support and actions which can help facilitate and promote regional cooperation, which is increasingly recognized as a very essential pillar for climate change mitigation efforts for the region. Regional cooperation for climate change mitigation is necessary in many aspects, such as electricity markets, cross-border renewable energy trading, low carbon technology transfer, carbon markets, and among many others. So let me introduce the distinguished experts as our panelists. We have excellent speakers today. First, let me introduce Mr. Pascal Bertolini, who is a director at Electric Sector Organization, RTE International France. He has been also working with ADB as he's been managing consultant teams led by RTE International, and especially focused on technical assistance to increase regional cooperation and cross-border energy trading within Central and South Asian countries. And we also have Mr. Mizan Khan, who is the Deputy Director at International Center for Climate Change and Development, Independent University in Bangladesh. He's also Program Director of the Least Developed Countries Universities Consortium on climate change in Bangladesh. The third panelist I would like to introduce is Ms. Clark Shekhar, who is a director of climate change in International Institute for Environment and Development from United Kingdom. She has over 30 years of experience in climate resilient development, covering natural resources, energy, and water systems. Our fourth panelist is Nuki Utama, who is Executive Director from Asean Center for Energy in Indonesia. He is currently an advisory board member of Asia Pacific Energy Research Center, World Economic Forum Global Future Councils, and Energy Working Group of UNESCO. Last but not the least, let me introduce Mr. Matthew David Wittgenstein, who is the Chief of Section in Energy Connectivity from UNESCO, based in Thailand. Matthew supports the region's efforts to improve the sustainability and security of the national energy systems through increased cross-border power system integration. Recent work includes capacity building for energy regulators in ASEAN, an assessment of the potential to develop green power corridor in Northeast Asia, and supporting increased cooperation on sustainable energy among the countries in the Pacific. So let me quickly invite each panelist to give a brief opening remark, we'll have just about 4 minutes each. So first, Mr. Pascal Bertolini. So Pascal, I understand that you've been working in Central Asia for the regional connectivity of electricity markets to accommodate more renewable energy. So this Central Asia particularly have a lot of challenges because it has really large territories and then low population density. Based on your project, can you share us why renewable energy integration needs the implementation of extended connectivity of power systems?
Yes, first of all, I would like to answer this question. I would like to highlight that increasing needs in connectivity come from the technical characteristic of renewable energy. And maybe I'm going to share some slides. First of all, because renewable generation is located where primary resources are abundant, but not necessarily close to load centers. There is a need for transmission infrastructure. Then wind and solar generation are intermittent. That means we need flexible sources to mitigate this effect of intermittency. And these flexible sources can also be far from the area where intermittent generation is connected. And also because intermittency also requires quick connectivity to activate considerable amount of balancing energy in some minutes. Maybe I'm going to describe the situation in Central Asia, if I can share the screen. Yes, now.
Can you change to the, this slide mode?
Yeah. Yes, now you can see it?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So in Central Asia, what we have, it's very high development potential of wind and solar energy in the plains of Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. And we have flexible means to source of flexibility. We have several cases, hydro generation units with large storage, water storage in Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan and Kyrgyz Republic, and flexible gas unit here in Turkmenistan. Moreover, in this region, Afghanistan has a large deficit of generation and will benefit a lot from joining the Central Asia market. In terms of transmission infrastructure, Central Asia has a chance to have a regional network built from the Soviet Union time, and this regional network is now relatively underutilized and available for trade development. The regional master plans that we are working on confirms that in the short term, ADBI is financing two main cross-border lines to connect Afghanistan to Central Asia. The first one from Afghanistan to Turkmenistan, and the second one from Afghanistan to Uzbekistan. And there is another project which is called CASA 2000, which is under construction from Tajikistan, Kyrgyz Republic, and Pakistan. Up to 2030, to enable extended trading in the region, we only found beneficial to add three new cross-border lines that we can see on this slide. Okay, and I think for the first part of the session, I will stop at that time. And maybe the first conclusion now is to see that infrastructure is not the major bottleneck to connect a large amount of renewable energy in Central Asia, because we have an existing network, and this is more, we will see later that the main challenges are more at the lack of framework for regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite interesting to see that all these connections in energy market. Well, how about in South Asia? Can I turn to Mizan? How well are the electricity markets connected in South Asia? Activity in ASEAN.
Thank you, Park. Thank you for the opportunities. In ASEAN, we are overseeing some of these issues, but none of them becoming the really bottleneck. Somehow the progress is quite promising, as we all know that currently not only bilateral interconnection being agreed upon, but multilateral already being done between Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and this year there are agreements between Laos to Singapore to be connected through Thailand and Malaysia, meaning that power trade through multilateral countries is already happening. On the social and political barriers, as we all know, the desires of the member countries to maintain energy independence from a broader regional power trading system, and also full integration of power market. Somehow it is something new, but by having a gradual improvement from bilateral to trilateral and lateral multilateral, showing that this issue is not anymore there. On the legal and regulatory barriers, the access to electricity market to the large extent determined by policy measures such as the non-discriminatory access to networks, unbundling, competition in the generation, and choices of supplies. And currently, most of the countries having a high degree of national market monopolization, and therefore is a bit challenging if we're looking at the potential of multilateral, which is better to have the open market strategies. And including the economic barriers, which is some of those, not all of the countries in Southeast Asia having a highly subsidized electricity price, but the subsidy also becoming a bit of bottleneck if we try to really open the market in through interconnectivity. All of these players, stakeholders have to really compete with this subsidy price of electricity. So those are some sort of challenges, and of course, with this Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore already being agreed on the being connected, then some of the barriers somehow is being lifted bit by bit. Moreover, on the technical and environmental barriers, we don't see any issues on that matters. Our study, we call it the Asean Interconnection Master Plan Studies 3, showing that economically and technically this transmission cross countries are very feasible. And we also have a target of 35% installed, increasing in the installed power capacity coming from RE, including VRE in 2025. And it is also already agreed upon the, between 10 ministers of energy this year. So we really looking forward on the acceleration of the activities on the interconnection. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicky. Well, turns to maybe questions for Claire. I believe that the COP26 presented a great opportunity for all of us to discuss like what will be the future steps for updated and upgraded the climate change commitments made by the world, and how can regional cooperation can really support these new goals and then the new efforts to achieve the net zero carbon target, especially in Asia.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so coming out of COP26, we saw that first of all, that the Paris ratchet works. So the whole idea of the Paris Agreement is that every 5 years there is an ambition moment, and this was the first one. And we saw commitments to reduce emissions that are in line with about a 1.8 temperature, average temperature. But the current policies are still on track for something in the region of 2.7. So we've got a long way to go still. So although we saw a big improvement, it wasn't enough of an improvement. But we also agreed to strengthen targets in the next year. So instead of waiting for another 5 years before the next ambition moment, we've agreed to another ambition moment in this coming year, and then annual ministerials after that. And this is all important because it sends signals to the market. The other thing that was critical for the energy markets was that the Paris rulebook was agreed, and within that, the transparency of reporting of carbon, as well as the carbon markets, were both agreed. And there's just a couple of points I want to make also on the politics. I mean, there was a lot of noise made at the end about India and China looking for a reduction in the strength of the language. But I think it's important that we keep an eye on who's making commitments, but also who's delivering against those commitments. And at the moment, India and China are actually delivering better proportionally than most of the North, the rich North European countries, etc. And we really need to see the richer countries creating political space by reducing more than the 45% by 2030 and net zero by 2050 that science says that we need. So it's I think it's we need to keep a close eye on delivery, not just on targets. But another word on markets, we won the case on what is called corresponding adjustments, which basically just means that carbon can't be double counted, carbon reductions can't be double counted. But it will still allow some of the weaker carbon credits to be sold. But these are all going to be labeled. So it's now up to the buyers around decisions around whether they're going to buy carbon markets that with high integrity or low integrity. So the world is watching. But this agreement to carbon accounting rules will intensify the competitiveness of low carbon solutions. We also saw in Glasgow the coal and fossil fuel subsidies being mentioned for the first time, along with reducing emissions by 45% and a much stronger focus on 1.5 degrees as our target than we've had previously. All of this could well cause a reduction in demand of products coming from markets which are using high amounts of coal and oil. It could also see, and that reducing demand could then see a reduction in profit margins for producers in those spaces, because you can't pass on the carbon price to consumers when you've got this highly transparent system operating. But the other things that we're likely to see in terms of market signals from COP26, due to these net zero pledges and to the 2030 targets, is the start of governments beginning to cost different liabilities to incentivize action in the right places. So basically the 2030 commitments are going to cause the need for new types of regulation that will drive market shifts. And countries like South Korea and Japan, who have just raised their ambition for 2030, could well begin to create a sort of draw in of a sort of a value to producing things through lower carbon production methods, as well as lower carbon energy systems. And the EU as a market is also talking about having border carbon adjustment, which would mean again that you're looking at paying a penalty if you're producing with higher carbon. So the other thing we're likely to see now is a change in the cost of capital, higher financing costs for coal and fossil fuel power, cheaper finance for renewable energy manufacturing and generation. And investors are going to be concerned about stranded assets. With this reducing demand for coal, for oil, and worsening margins, there is a high possibility that we'll see investors really being nervous to invest in the old fossil fuel. So to achieve 1.5, the energy sector needs to decarbonise by 2040. And as others have said, that really requires a huge refocus on investment. But it needs to be as much on the grids to prepare for that decarbonising energy generation and enabling regional collaboration. And maybe I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Claire. Well, Matthew, you've actually seen a lot of the projects and then also have experience on this cross-border power connectivity. To meet this new target and under this new COP26, like what could be the lessons you learned from these range of projects and then experience on cross-border power connectivity to make the implementation of these projects more efficient?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I also want to say I really appreciate all the remarks of the speakers before me. I think a lot of really important points have already been raised, so I'll try to maybe add some new ones. First, one thing that's worth emphasizing is we've heard already there's a lot of activity going on across Asia on cross-border power system connectivity, but compared to other parts of the world, there's really a lagging behind when it comes both to the development of bilateral interconnectors and in particular the creation of regional power markets. So you can see in North America, in Europe, but also Africa and parts of Latin America, the establishment of multilateral regional power pools where countries come together and exchange power in multiple directions on an optimized basis. We are seeing more efforts like this. For example, the Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore power trade in Southeast Asia, but we don't have anywhere a full regional power market. Similarly, we're not seeing as much investment in the grid infrastructure, as Claire was saying, as we need to in order to support the integration of renewable energy in particular. That said, I think there are a lot of positive developments, and there are some lessons from other parts of the world that I think are important to keep in mind as we try to accelerate power system connectivity across Asia. First, in terms of positive developments, I want to highlight that earlier this year, UN SCAP member states endorsed the regional roadmap on power system connectivity for Asia and the Pacific. And the reason I wanted to highlight that is that that roadmap contains a set of 9 strategies, all of which collectively are intended to increase sustainable power system connectivity across the Asia region. A lot of those strategies have been highlighted already here, but some of them I think are really critical in the earlier stages. Political will. That's already come up a couple of times. There really is a need for political alignment in order for these projects to work. In the European Union, for example, you have a real strong political support for increased integration, even actual explicit targets set at the European level for cross-border power system integration. In Asia, what we're seeing now is more and more countries which previously had been skeptical about cross-border integration now coming on board with this, not only on a bilateral basis, but as a part of their broader strategy towards meeting energy transition. So in Southeast Asia, we're seeing many countries announce desired increase in interconnection of multiple gigawatts. In the AIM study that Nuki mentioned is just one example of that. The other piece, though, that's really critical is the institutional one. And this, I think, is also an area where the Asia region is lagging a bit behind. There are many examples of regional institutions across Asia that support collaboration among utilities, among regulators, and of course, at the political level. But what we don't see are institutional frameworks with the level of strength and authority that you have in other parts of the world. It's great to see all these increased regional power system master plans, for example. But then what happens is those plans sit on a shelf and never get implemented because the utilities aren't working together more actively enough. The regulators in particular are not coming together to harmonize regulations, and the policymakers aren't following through with the necessary intergovernmental agreements to support power trade, development of infrastructure, et cetera. So I think if there's one thing that I would advocate for as a near-term step, it's that we need to have more institutional capacity building, both in the sense of building up the institutions themselves to do more of this work, but also at the working level, building up the capacity of the people working in these institutions to actually perform the technical work required to take these grand visions, which are really exciting, and then turn them into reality by building the market frameworks, by building the interconnectors, by operating the interconnectors efficiently, effectively, affordably, and securely. The other thing I wanted to add, though, is there's also an opportunity here for this region to learn some of the lessons from other parts of the world. If you look at how markets have evolved in other parts of in Europe, for example, or North America, it's a stepwise process, right? There's no sort of leaping forward to say, here's what the optimal market design is going to look like. The markets look the way they look because of political, technical, and regulatory constraints in each region. So the markets we would expect to evolve in Asia will therefore reflect the national and sub-regional context in Asia as well. That's appropriate, but it also means that we shouldn't let the idea of an ideal market prevent us from making progress today. We should be willing to make some mistakes, to have some market experiments, do some trading that maybe isn't optimal today, but could become more optimal in the future. But that said, there's one piece that I think must be kept in mind as these markets are developed, which is that going forward, they will need to integrate higher and higher shares of renewable energy. So already we're seeing revisions to the European market design. We're seeing conversations going on in North America about how to redesign wholesale and other types of power markets to integrate higher and higher shares of renewable energy. If there's one thing that the markets in Asia should do as step one, is they should consider what the implications of high shares of renewable energy will be for cross-border power trade. And that's the last thing I'll say before I turn it back to you, Ms. Park, which is to say that this is going to be a real driver of integration. I think, as was already mentioned, when you have higher shares of renewables, you need more flexibility You also want to tap into resources that are further away from your demand centers because that's where the high renewable energy potential is. It's also where it's easier to develop these resources. They're further from populated centers. So you have lower land costs and it's easier to actually build these large projects that we need to meet demand. That means we're going to need to think now about how to enable more rapid integration of power systems across the borders, but also more optimal trade on a multilateral basis. I'm really excited because I think there's a lot of progress being made. I think we're really on the cusp of seeing a lot of these markets being developed here. I think we just really need to just put our foot down on the pedal a little bit more and actually make these projects more of reality. Maybe I'll pause there and turn it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthew. Well, it's very interesting to hear about this in the renewable energy trading. So let me invite Mr. Bertolini again. What are the prospects for the renewable energy cross-border trade in Central Asia? Is there something that the government or like international organization can do to support this development?
Yes, at the moment, each country has its own planning for developing renewable energy, and mainly it's the two countries that have mentioned at the beginning, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan have ambitious, let's say yes, ambitious program for developing renewable energy. Let's say for wind and solar, and let's say because we have also all the other countries in the mountain area which are also developing renewable energy, but hydro energy. And this is, as I told you previously, it's complementary, and this the two means can help themselves to have a good operation to good operation for running the system and mitigate the effect of intermittency of wind and solar. No, so that's the first point. But I would like maybe to add also, and I agree a lot, some remark of Matthew about the problem of institutional framework, because the bottleneck in Central Asia for developing renewable energy is not at the asset sides. We have seen that they already have a good network, but it's more at this regional framework. They need to develop two aspects for regional rules for operating the network. They first to establish common technical rules to ensure a reliable operation of the interconnected systems. They need also to create specific reserves for running the system, frequency restoration reserve with regionally harmonized rules, and establish a regional security coordination center in the region. So that's the first set of measures that they need to do as a prerequisite to develop renewable energy at a large scale in the region. And also in terms of markets, they need to introduce intraday flexibility for cross-border exchanges. First, in the bilateral arrangements that they already have now, and also in the future organization of regional market. And they need also to introduce specific regional markets for these reserves, especially for frequency restoration reserves, with two steps: the first market for capacity reservation, and then another market for real-time activation. And that's the main challenges now for them are at this to develop this institutional framework and to develop these markets, and a lot of work work has to be done now because there is no very, let's say, big political will to go to this target.
Thank you. Let me again remind all the participants, if you have any questions, please use the Q&A box so that we can resort to those questions after these panel discussion. I'm going to turn to Mr. Khan. Well, it's very interesting to hear those challenges facing Central Asia. What is the situation in South Asia? What are the major challenges, or like any challenges specific you feel for South Asia in enhancing the connectivity, promoting the regional cooperation in building the, these energy trading market?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Park. There is a great demand for energy in South Asia. Most of these countries are developing at a higher growth rate compared to countries in many other regions. So there is no question of the need for cooperation, but the challenges stand in the way, and there are many, many challenges. As I mentioned, the first challenge is the opening up, or kind of a closed mentality approach of India as the pivot in this region. Particularly, I'm talking of the SASEC or BBIN countries, because for these long 30 years, SARC did not have much impact in regional energy cooperation. We had agreements. So first point is India must come up with an open approach for multilateral cooperation, not just bilateral. Bilateral is happening, but at a very small scale. And we have great potential. For example, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh have got these fossil fuel sources. And Nepal and Bhutan have got great potential for hydroelectricity generation. And this should be given more focus because of the net zero emissions. And I also attended the COP26, and there we need to focus on renewable energy, as Mr. Pascal has mentioned. But there is still this resource nationalism, because these countries look at the resources not through the prism of collective development, but they tend to look at how to divide the existing resources among individual countries. This is another problem. And then the next problem I will tell is lack of infrastructure. Still, there are little developments in the infrastructure only bilaterally, but we need to develop these regional power market infrastructure more vigorously. For example, these inter-country connectivity lines, this is another challenge. And another challenge I will mention about India's recent revival of the two-nation theory, which its founding fathers have long decried, which Pakistan has been on that track, two-nation theory, and the British India was divided based on. But this Indian government now is reviving this two nations theory based on Hindu and Muslims. So this is also vitiating the political environment in the region. So I think these are technological and financial constraints I don't look at in a very big way. They can be overcome. Financing is no problem. World Bank, ADB, and other organizations, financing can be mobilized once the political will is there. Technological also constraints can be overcome for establishing better infrastructures for connectivity and all that. But political will is not still there. This is what keeps us, as hostage. So I will discuss about the cooperation potential, how we can proceed in your next question if you ask me. So thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, we hear a lot times of commonly sort of mentioned about this political, the lack of political will as a key challenge. Compared to that, I do feel ASEAN as a group have introduced a lot of regional initiatives. So there must be some sort of political will. So what are the prospects for the renewable energy cross-border trade in ASEAN? What sort of lessons can you share from the ASEAN experience for better regional cooperation? So Mr. Uttama?
Yes, Dr. Park, thank you. In regard with this Southeast Asia collaboration and activities, I think you're right. Referring to interconnection as well as the power trade, our institution learned that one key reason that ASEAN Power Grid or APG could move on, although slowly, but we can see LTMS already there, is the existing of the ASEAN Economic Community Framework that includes summit and ministerial meetings which resolve some political and policy barriers. So through that, some sort of high-level dialogues, not energy high-level dialogue, but also economics high-level dialogues. And those are very important for us. We do have a lot of ASEAN summits across the ministerial level. So that's also one of the platforms for us to really introduce the potential of the interconnection. And looking at the potential of the RE to be injected in the interconnection. Indeed, it is already in our ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, or APAC, as a blueprint energy strategic activities. In the APAC, as I mentioned also previously, that 35% is to be installed in the part of the installed power capacity in 2025. Apart from that, we try to increase 23% share of coming from RE in the total primary energy supply. So those two are the big potential of RE to be part of this story of the interconnection. Looking at all the RE itself, which is also Matthew mentioned on the VRE issues, we need to really to upgrade our transmission currently, which is not really having a quite robust transmission. Therefore, a lot of investment needed. So VRE is one of the stories. If you're looking at the VRE, then we have to increase the battery, either chemical batteries or the pump storage batteries and so on. So those also, apart from the transmission, that the storage is important, need a lot of investment. But apart from that, we do have a lot of potential in terms of these other indigenous primary energy supply, which can provide a very good stable base load, such as hydro, geothermal, and also co-firing from biomass. These three types of the RE, which can be also part of the 35% target to increase the RE share, very much a big interest in the region because it's more stable and more robust, and indeed it is a way much cheaper rather than the other potential of the coming from fossil fuels.
Thank you. Claire, can COP26 do something about addressing the lack of political will in the region? Will it be possibly like a support somehow the regional initiatives to meet the target, or like can like a COP26 sort of bring these regions policymakers to commit to a new target? Is there something that the COP26 to do?
Thank you, Dr. Park. So I guess the answer is to some extent. So one of the fundamental issues is that the political economy of power utilities has been at the heart of the politics of emission reductions for some time. And electricity grids with these very centralized production of power have created vested interests, basically, that and created challenges of high transaction costs and low confidence of repayment by investors in trying to make these changes. So, but there is a sort of reality, a changing reality with the level of commitments that we now have, where energy security in the old system with the old energy grid style, which was centrally generated and then distributed, energy security then was around domestic sources of generation that could be turned up and down to match demand and stay within the voltage requirements. And hydro was just a cheap source of power. In the new future, in order to begin to be able to sell goods that are made with low enough carbon to be competitive, we're going to have to move to renewable sources, which are distributed, which are intermittent. And therefore, we need these smart grids that are able to automate management of real-time demand and supply. And we need storage. So we need to repurpose that hydro. I mean, there's a lot of hydro in this region. And if we turned it from production of baseload to providing grid services for intermittent energy and energy storage through pump hydro, you would change the nature of the ability of the grid to take much more renewables. So energy security suddenly becomes around a very diverse grid with different types of renewable energy and storage. And that changes the politics to some degree, I hope. So within this new reality, we're going to see policy changes to create the incentives for a different type of energy market. Otherwise, they're not going to achieve the target, such as the 23% renewables by 2025. But to do that cost effectively, it's around diversity. So different types of renewable energy installations across the geographies, demand management. So bringing in variable tariffs, looking at the role of electric vehicles, for example, as a way of balancing the grid demand and supply, and potentially oversupply in some areas, because there are times where producing more solar is cheaper than storing. Improved weather prediction, and then really, as everyone's been talking about, upgrading the grids to be able to handle this wider bandwidth voltage, to be able to handle this distributed energy production, but also to be able to really support the energy trading that's needed. And there's some really interesting innovations out there of how to begin to build this resilience of provision. And Matthew's touched on some of the European changes. I mean, in the US, for example, they're looking at how to incentivize long duration energy storage in how they price the energy market. In Australia, we've heard about auctions for the hydro managers to turn from managing it for baseload to what's the cheapest places to put in an extra reservoir and start to have pumped hydro. So there's all sorts of, and there's a huge number of new technologies coming on at the market at the moment around storage, which is absolutely vital. But you know, I mentioned the cars, the electric vehicles. I mean, this is something that I think the more, as we begin to see that shift, we're going to see more natural storage happening in the transport sector. So there's all sorts of market signals that are beginning to emerge because of the emission commitments that have been made, but they're still highly confused. And what we really need to do is to support the governments, as others have talked about, the institutional support to really understand how to provide a much stronger and clearer market signal than is currently there. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, it's very good to hear that, like, you know, renewable energy trading and then diverse products can really present strong potential for climate change mitigation. I mean, all these actually are done to attract private sector investment. I wonder if Matthew can share, like, what sort of in the government actions or like international organizations efforts to facilitate that type of investment, private sector to participate in the market.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's a really important one. It's already come up a few times in the discussion so far. But when it comes to the utilities across Asia, many of them are capital constrained. Many of them are struggling to meet the existing needs of their power systems, let alone the needs of more integrated power systems. So having more private capital in the grids in particular is going to be really important going forward. I think we've already seen lots of good examples on the generation side of how to bring in more private capital through auction processes, for example, or the creation of independent power producers and allowing them to participate even in markets that are still vertically integrated. When it comes to some lessons from other parts of the world, though, or even from within Asia, there's a few different avenues to bring private capital into the grids in particular. One is through an auction process for grids. India has actually done quite a lot on this by opening up the procurement opportunity, by procurement of grids to third-party providers. And in that case, all you're doing is committing to build the line and maintain the line. It's still operated by the system operator. It's still the power that goes across it is still done by separate generation. All you're doing is managing a piece of the grid. This has been, I think, about $5 billion worth of investments already in India alone. Other parts of the world are also doing a lot to enable private capital through similar types of mechanisms. I think other parts of Asia could learn from that example. When it comes to multilateral, cross-border regional grids, joint ventures or special purpose vehicles are another good way of getting private capital in. So for example, in Africa or Latin America, utilities have come together to form a joint company that basically buys, owns, builds, and operates the multilateral, the regional grid, the cross-border piece. So at the national level, you still have the utility having full control over its national grid, but the interconnector is jointly managed through a company that all the utilities have some ownership of. And that allows private sector participants also to invest in the joint vehicle as opposed to the joint project, as opposed to the national grids specifically. Similarly, special purpose vehicles will operate in a similar way, with more active public-private participation. So I think that those types of methods or models could be employed more in Asia. One thing I'd like to add, though, in this response to a question that's in the Q&A about why we advocate for more regional multilateral markets as opposed to just the bilateral interconnections, this ties also to the involvement of private capital, which is one, it allows for the creation of a price signal. If you want a private sector entity to come into your market and invest in something, they need to know what revenue they're going to earn, what the possible opportunity is to earn a profit or at least recover their costs. Having a regional market in place means you have a price signal that goes across borders. So I know now I can build a project where it's potentially lowest costs across the border, but still have access to a power system in a neighboring country or a few countries away. So that's one piece. It can help incentivize the investments, so long, of course, as there's still the opportunity to make those investments, as long as the private sector is allowed to participate. So you need that framework in place to support it. You need the price signal then to enable the trade or the investment and the trade. The last thing I'll say, though, is it's also really important to have these regional markets from the perspective of optimizing, in particular, renewable energy and flexible resources across multiple markets. Bilateral initiatives are great, but multilateral ones allow you to optimize across multiple countries. That's going to be really critical when we talk about renewable energy resources, because as Claire was saying, at some points you will have excess of solar power, for example, in one country. This gives you a chance to sell it to wherever it makes sense to do so, not just the one small market or one individual market you're already connected to, but any market you're interconnected with in an optimal way. And similarly, when you have a deficit, you can take advantage of the lowest cost resources across your borders. The last thing I'll say is we're not talking necessarily about creating gigawatts and gigawatts of interconnectors. Obviously, there are plans to do that. We'd like to support those plans where they make sense. But when you look at Central America, for example, the regional market there, it's just a few hundred megawatts, right? It's not a massive amount of transmission capacity compared to domestic demand needs. It's a way of optimizing at the margin. So when you have a small deficit, you can take advantage. When you have a bit of an excess, you can sell that excess. And those markets are also, I should say, designed in such a way that they are additional not replacements for the national market. So they're a market on top of the market. So first you optimize nationally, and then you decide, does it make sense to sell across my border? Do I have an opportunity to buy, lower my costs, or meet some supply deficit that I'm facing? So it's really about the optionality, about creating an additional avenue to optimize your local or national power system. And I think that's really the critical piece here. It's not about replacing, but adding on. Maybe I'll pause there. Thanks.
Wow. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for illustrating good examples from South Asia. Can I maybe ask Mr. Khan to augment some of these examples? I mean, I thought like the India's example on the power grid was excellent. Can you share some other examples from South Asia in developing these the energy trading and then carbon markets?
Yeah, as I mentioned, in South Asia, this multilateral connectivity is not there at all still, mostly bilateral. Mm-hmm. But there are great potential, for example, in terms of renewable energy cooperation. India and Sri Lanka are kind of discussing over some solar energy project. And India is a great leader now in renewable energy production, and it has got great, big, very big plans. It tends to outbid even China in this regard. So this renewable energy cooperation can be an area where we can surely have multilateral cooperation. And the hydroelectricity, as I mentioned, we have great potential in Nepal and Bhutan. And this is something that really remains under-harnessed. And if India as the pivot in this region comes up, then we can have a better hydroelectricity cooperation, as Matthew has mentioned, because multilateral initiatives always provide you with greater scale efficiency. And this needs to be harnessed, Bilateral things happening in a very smaller way, but we need to go in bigger ways. And for that, I think what I argue is to generate a hostess grid. If we can generate grids, multilateral grids, for example, in connectivity, that will serve as hostage to ensuring political stability and peace in each other's region, because each country will be then well-wisher of developments in the neighboring countries. So once we can have this hostess grid, establishing hostess grid, then I think we can promote better regional energy cooperation. And for that, I think we need to focus also on track to diplomacy. We need to have more dialogues and discussions among energy experts and the civil society leaders, because in South Asia still democracy, India though is better in terms of democratic practices in South Asia, but still the whole discourse on energy cooperation and security is captured by the elites, not as a response to the people's demands, because people obviously demand better connectivity, better energy cooperation, and better energy prices so that the demands can be met. In India, for example, about 300 million population still don't have the access to modern energy. So if India comes up in bigger way, all these smaller countries must respond and will respond. I know Bangladesh will be very happy to cooperate with India, but in a multilateral framework, because we are a geographically contiguous country. There is no reason not to come up multilaterally to establish connectivity, this energy infrastructure, and harmonization of our national energy framework, tariff structure about private. For example, private sector is well developed, particularly in Bangladesh and India. Pakistan also, but Pakistan and India has got historically bitter relations, so I'm not mentioning. In Bangladesh also, private sector is now very active. We have many, many independent power producers. So as Matthew has mentioned, these private sector companies can come up to establish multilateral joint stock companies. And only what we need is to ensure a kind of conducive political environment, under the framework of harmonized national frameworks. So over to you, Dr. Park.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Bottolini, what are the major constraints you face in Central Asia in attracting the private sector investment?
Yes, as I said, we don't have major problem for investment for assets because we can see that some projects have been funded by multilateral institutions like ADBI for supplying Afghanistan and connecting Afghanistan to the other country of Central Asia. We have seen also this other project going from Central Asia to Pakistan. So from my part, it's not the issue is not the infrastructure network now. It's more really the cooperation and these soft problems, and especially the problem is to face the intermittency. That means to change for the countries the model of their trading, because now they are using bilateral trading. It's they are buying energy for some months, the same value all the time, during all the months. It's a fixed value. And what they need is to have much more flexibility. For example, Uzbekistan now is lacking, has problem of flexibility of its power system, and you need to curtail demand at the peak hours, and you have excess of generation during the other time. So maybe this could be compensated by short-term import and export. For example, intraday export, when they have, let's say, if they develop solar energy, they can sell energy at noon and import energy during the peak hour in the evening. So the main problem for these countries to have more flexibility in the market and in the exchange of energy, and it's not really what we have seen with master plans, that for the transmission assets and also for the generation with the existing planning, what they have, their investment plan, it's okay. They don't need more.
Thank you. Well, there was also a question from the floor about the green and sustainable finance. I have seen some increase in the green finance issuance in ASEAN especially. Can I ask Mr. Utama, what would be the potential of green and sustainable finance in meeting the demand for this, the low carbon transition and carbon market development?
Yes. Based on our study on the AIMS-3, that it requires a huge investment for increasing the RE into the interconnections. In 2040, it was predicted around $77 billion alone for making sure that the target on the RE penetration is there. That's why it is quite challenging for us to really rely on the government to provide such financial support. The governments in Southeast Asia really open up their arms to welcome all of these financial support coming from any source. And green finance is indeed having a very interested market in the region. if we're looking at on those target in 2025 alone, the potential can be up to $26 billion of fuel cost saving associated by the replacement of the fossil fuel power plants if we try to achieve such target. And not only the government interest, but the private sectors, our dialogue partners also shown their interest to really wants to invest in the region, especially on these green finance to not only on looking at the power generation on the interconnection, but the whole perspective of the increasing of 23% on the total primary energy supply, including the industrial sector and transportation sector. So those are one big stories coming on the Asean Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation that agreed upon by 10 member states. So again, the potential is there. The interests are huge. And of course, in line with the target in the coming years that some of these member states already changed their power development plan into more on the green perspective, replacing and stopping the installation of the coal power plant, for example, sooner than what they planned previously, is showing also that the interest on making the grid greener is there. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have a question from the floor, which seems quite interesting for Matthew. There's quite a few mentions about the political will needed for power cooperation. What is the link on the roadmap for power connectivity that can help build the required institutions?
Yeah, thank you for that question. As has come up a number of times, political will really is a critically important aspect here. And I think the one thing I'll say to start is we are seeing more increased political support for this. I think when it comes to our roadmap, as I mentioned, it was endorsed by all of the ESCAP member states early this year. It's 53 countries from across the Asia Pacific region who've all signed on to at least indicate that they see power system connectivity as one of the tools that they would like to utilize in order to meet their sustainable development goals. Now, of course, different countries have different levels of interest in this. Some of them, of course, may not actively need it. If you're in the Pacific, cross-border power system connectivity probably isn't going to be a priority anytime soon. That said, I think there's a lot of benefits that have come just from talking about and collaborating with each other on energy issues writ large. And that's the beginning of it. It's about bringing stakeholders together to talk about what they're trying to accomplish, what lessons they can learn from each other, and how they can support each other in their really ambitious goals to meet net zero targets, for example, or increase significantly the share of renewable energy in their power systems. One thing I'd like to highlight that came out of the COP and that ESCAP is involved in, as well as others in this call today, is the initiative that was launched called the Green Grids Initiative, One Sun, One World, One Grid. This was initially a joint effort by the UK and India. And since then, the United States, Australia, and France have also signed on, as well as many other countries in terms of their endorsement. The idea here is to exactly do what I was just talking about, bring everyone together at a table to talk about how we can build up our grids to support renewable energy and accelerate the transition at the infrastructure level. So what we're doing at ESCAP is we're leading the Asia Pacific Working Group. The ASEAN Center for Energy is also a member, as are other entities from across Asia. The idea is very simply to bring everyone to the same table so we can talk about how we can collaborate. The working group is aimed at institutions that operate across multiple countries. I also want to highlight an ESCAP initiative called the Expert Working Group on Energy Connectivity, which is a member state-oriented initiative that's about bringing our members together to talk about, well, to learn from each other on connectivity, but also talk about how they can feed into ESCAP's work program on connectivity. So for example, one of the things we're doing now is developing a green power corridor roadmap for Northeast Asia. We've talked a lot about other parts of Asia, but Northeast Asia also has tremendous potential for benefiting from increased integration. Mongolia has significant potential for wind and solar resources, far more than they could ever utilize domestically. And they're surrounded by countries which either have good hydro resources, which can balance that, or which have very ambitious needs or goals for decarbonizing in the coming decades. So this green power corridor framework is really about trying to, a roadmap is about trying to connect connectivity to national policy priorities and talk about how it can fit in to what a country wants to accomplish within its own boundaries. So if you want to decarbonize in a 2050, 2060 timeframe, how can you leverage the renewable energy resources across your borders while ensuring the costs stay low for consumers, while also ensuring that your power systems remain secure? So it's about addressing those concerns, talking about connectivity as one tool in the toolbox, not the only thing you want to do to meet your goals, but one among many options that can help you accomplish the really ambitious power system decarbonization needs that we all know we have in order to meet the Paris Agreement goals and the Sustainable Development Agenda. Maybe I'll pause there and turn it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you. I think there's really a strong interest nowadays in the green financing schemes. And you already also mentioned a lot of these interesting aspects of how to we can effectively leverage these green financing schemes and, like a green concept. But there are, at the same time, more stronger demand for regulatory institutional, like a framework, some sort of a standards to define green concept. So I wonder, like, if there's a, maybe COP26 or other global initiatives supporting building this regulatory institutional framework for green financing schemes. Claire, can you share some views?
Yes, there are a number of initiatives and a number that got announced at the COP. I think one of the issues is but there are two ways of creating these types of agreements. One is to get everybody in the tent, and the other is to set a really high standard. And we're seeing both types emerge from the COP. So we've seen some where you've got trillions of investors all coming together and talking about the standards for what counts as green finance. But some of those inside the tent, as it were, are investors who have actually quite a lot of investment in fossil fuel structures. So I think what's interesting also is the sort of the outside of these sort of standard setting processes, of which there are a number. We're also beginning to see the emergence of watchdogs, and I think that's possibly where we're going to really see the sort of the politics unfold. So there's so many corporates now have set out their net zero ambitions, but they're not really setting earlier 2030 targets. So the science-based approaches for net zero are really important ones to keep an eye on, but also these emerging organizations who are undertaking to review and understand what the corporates actually saying, what their plan, what their understanding of green investment is, and begin to benchmark it. So I think we've seen it's been a very busy area within the COP, and I would, if I tried to summarize all the different initiatives, I would fail miserably because there were so many. But I think it is the area now that we're seeing that is possibly going to be the area that most incentivizes the changes if we can get those standards set at a reasonable level. As I say, there are some that are just trying to bring all those investors together to at least start the conversation, which is perhaps has its own validity, but we do also need organizations that are providing that benchmarking for independent understanding of how strong those positions are. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, there's a question from the floor as well. There's, do we have like a quantitative model that shows the maybe the fiscal trajectory, fiscal revenue trajectory, the benefits of cost from building the regional power connectivity? Anyone who like to answer this question? I would have thought like, ESCAP must have done something. No?
So ASCAP is beginning to model it. We are actually going to be doing some modeling as part of that green power corridor work in Northeast Asia, as I mentioned. And of course, I was thinking Pak Nuki can talk about AIMS and how it was modeled. There have been many efforts to model this. If you look at a paper we published again on Northeast Asia last year, we went through decades worth of publications just focusing on Northeast Asia and found more than 100 publications trying to estimate the potential benefits of increased integration in Northeast Asia, and you can find many other studies across the rest of the world. I think one challenge that we have, well, there's two challenges, I'd say. One is there isn't really a consistent mechanism or method for evaluating these benefits and costs. So if you look at all the studies, you need to really dig deep into the assumptions to understand what the actual benefits might be, or you can't just take them all necessarily on face value. But the other part of it, though, is the systems are changing much more rapidly than I think people had expected. So if you look at a study from 10 years ago, it's absolutely out of date because the assumptions on renewable energy costs are completely wrong. The assumptions on the potential for renewable energy are completely wrong. And that will continue to change going forward too. So the reason, for example, we're doing another modeling exercise in Northeast Asia is all of the previous ones took place before China, Japan, Republic of Korea announced their net zero targets. And now, of course, there's a question of how you can meet those targets. But what we're trying to do is talk about what connectivity can do to meet that aspect of it. The last thing I'll say is it's also quite difficult, I think, to really, I have to be cautious about trying to measure all of the potential benefits. There's economic benefits in terms of costs or potential, or maybe some increased costs in some cases. There's environmental benefits, both in terms of CO2 emissions avoided, but also avoided pollution. And there's social benefits from economic development. If you try to capture all of those in one model, you're going to almost by definition miss some of the details by trying to do too much. At the same time, by differentiating these models and only focusing on an element, you kind of miss the forest for the trees. So trying to find some way of balancing both the overall benefits of integration in a modeling exercise with the specific implications for the countries involved, I think it's a really critical challenge that we're trying to address in our own work, but one that we'll probably need to continue working on as we go forward. Maybe I'll pause there. I don't know if others have anything to add.
Thank you. Well, the data and then also these quantitative sort of results analysis will be really crucial to strengthen the political will as well. So given the time, I would like to give each panelist 2 minutes for concluding remarks. So can I invite first Mr. Bottolini?
Yes, let's say for my concluding remark, what I've said previously, is that for Central Asia now the major challenges are at the regional cooperation improvement and to develop the markets also. And this is maybe because until now they have a target for renewable energy to integrate the idea in 2030 about 20% of their installed capacity with intermittent energy, and with this goal, it's easy it's possible to operate the system maybe without adding new infrastructure such as batteries or expensive or new interconnection lines. I think that's that's my main conclusion for the Central Asia with regard to integration of renewable energy. And maybe if we have time, maybe after the conclusion, I have a small video of 3 minutes about a presentation of one of the projects that we have made in Central Asia. We can see it if we have time enough for.
Sure. We'll go back to you if we have a remaining time. But for now, let me invite again Mr. Khan to share some concluding thoughts.
Yeah. As you know, these 4 or 5 countries in South Asia are mostly low-income countries, and a significant share of the population don't have access to clean, modern energy. So my point will be to activate the civil society activism with policy advocacy, so that the political leaders are bound to listen to respond to, because these people want affordable access to clean energy, modern energy, and the politicians are not responding to their needs. So I will argue that this structured diplomacy, together with the energy experts, and not bureaucrats and politicians, but energy experts and the people, civil society leadership must unite together to force the regional leadership to come up for better regional connectivity, and also for better and stronger cooperation in regional renewable energy, because we need to address climate change too. Okay.
Thank you. So, Mr. Utama?
Yes. If we talk about interconnection, it's not looking at only technical and also economically perspective, which is in our case in Southeast Asia is already proven based on the study that there is feasibilities on those. More on this political will, most on this technology advancement. And of course, if we're looking at the integration of the RE, that we're looking at further on the grid stability. And those will be wrapped up into the affordable prices of electricity, which is, that's one of the important pillars in the developing countries like Southeast Asia. People will be looking at the affordable prices of the electricity whenever the source are. They're not care about whether it is being interconnected or not. Wherever it is affordable enough, then people are happy. So of course, there is energy security issues on the bigger level, national level, as well as regional level. And the energy security create the political stability. And interconnection is one of the ways to make sure that the energy security is there. And at the same time, again, if we doing it right, then the affordability will be follow suit. So those important pillars is still attached in Southeast Asia, as we always being asked to put these 2 matters at front. And again, sustainability will be part of it, and we already agree on this. Make sure that energy not only affordable and secure enough, but also sustainable enough. Therefore, the potential of increasing of RE and VRE in the interconnection is part of the stories in the Southeast Asia region agreement on really make sure that we are meeting in the optimization of sustainabilities, affordabilities, as well as securities on the intersection. I know this is very challenging, but with the communication, as Matthew mentioned also, and also Khan mentioned, the policy, political dialogues, and so on, that will be having a very promising future. And Southeast Asia region having plenty of these high-level dialogues and meeting as well. I think somehow we are on the right path or right way to realizing those. Thank you.
Thank you for ending it with a very positive note. So may I invite Ms. Shakia?
Thank you. Yeah, so just one thought. I mean, on the modelling of energy and the value of regional trading, there was some work done by the Dutch Energy Agency for Africa that's actually very interesting and showing the value of energy trade to achieve your energy objectives, as well as to achieve a reduction in emissions. But I think Matthew's point about things changing rapidly is really my final comment. Ambition is just going to increase. Bringing in these transparent carbon accounting rules and transparent and relatively open carbon markets, alongside the greatest scrutiny that we've ever had on what does this actually mean, and analysis of country objectives and country plans, and policies are all going to change the realities and change the politics that we're looking at very rapidly. So it's not so much about can this argument be won now. It's now about how quickly is this change going to happen and who's going to be at the front of that change, who's going to be potentially left behind. So as we see increasing investment, as we saw previously in solar, costs are going to change rapidly. And we're already seeing in auctions that new solar and new wind, so not yet installed solar, not yet installed wind, comes through cheaper than operating existing coal. So the reality is the market has already changed. And we know there are trillions of investors looking for opportunities to invest in low carbon assets, and that green finance should get cheaper and cheaper. That hasn't happened yet, but that should happen. It feels like it's about to. We're about to, in the Paris process, enter the first global stocktake. And this is all about learning faster. And I suspect that within the energy space, we're going to see a lot of lessons coming out around that interconnectivity issues that we discussed today, but also around energy storage and what's the value of electric vehicles, what's the potential of pump hydro, as well as of batteries and solid air and so on. So, you know, we are going into a period of rapid change within energy systems, within wider systems. And I think countries were going to be increasingly incentivized to be at the front of that shift rather than behind. Thank you.
Thank you. So Matthew, can you share us the final thought?
Yeah, thank you. First, I think everything that's been said is really well taken, and I very much appreciate the thoughts of all the fellow speakers. I would just say I also try to end on a positive note. I really do feel like we are at a really important point in this topic. Certainly, I've been busier than ever talking about this. There's more interest in connectivity than I've experienced in my years working in this industry. That's really exciting, because I think it's a sign that people are beginning to recognize how it fits into the broader energy landscape. You know, I compare it to some degree to the conversations I used to have on solar power, as Claire was just saying. So when I first started working in this industry, I would talk about solar power, and the response was almost invariably, that stuff is too expensive. Why would we bother investing in that when we can continue to utilize our thermal assets? And now the question from everyone is, how quickly can we build this? And we just saw from the International Energy Agency yesterday announcing that this past year was a record year for renewable energy yet again. We're only going to see more record years. So this is just the beginning of the acceleration of renewable energy deployment. Whether it is deployed at a scale and pace necessary to meet climate change objectives, I think that's still an open question. And this, to me, is why conversations like this are so important. It's about enabling the transition as quickly and efficiently and securely as possible. Energy connectivity is one of the ways in which we do that, by allowing the countries that can race ahead in renewable energy deployment to leverage that, the resources by selling it across their borders, by allowing countries that aren't as able to do that today to take advantage of that fact, and in the long term, hopefully get us there faster than we could have otherwise by working together. So I'm quite optimistic, I'm quite excited, and I'm very happy to have been part of this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to really convey gratitude to all participants in this session. I learned a lot, and I hope everyone who joined this session learned as much. And this is really a great understanding that the crisis sometimes bring a lot of opportunities. I do feel this proposed new opportunities for us, thinking of new ways of building for more resilient recovery in the region. So I hope everybody learned how to from this session, and we look forward to seeing everyone again in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Pascal, would you like us to play your video which you prepared? Dear all, many thanks for a wonderful session. Especially I would like to thank Dr. Park for moderating this session so wonderfully, and also all panelists for your excellent discussion. And thank you, Pascal, so much for this wonderful video. And a special thank from me, because I saw some photos of my home from my city and actually from area where I live. I haven't been there since COVID started, so I miss it. Thank you so much for this nice video. We will go for a long break, and we hope to see you all back at 4 p.m. in Tokyo time. Thank you very
Dina.
much.
Thank you all the panelists for active participation. Thank you.
Okay, the next session called Buildings Promoting and Financing Demand-Side Energy Efficiency. This is the final sessions of today, and tomorrow we'll continue with other sessions. I would like to first introduce our moderator, Professor Yukari Yamashita. She is Managing Director for the Institute of Energy Economics in Japan, in charge of the Energy Data and Modeling Center, which is responsible for quantitative and qualitative analysis on energy policy issues. The team analyzes and recommendations contribute greatly to debates and policy making for Japan and international communities such as AREA, APEC, and IEA. The annual IEEJ outlook is globally recognized for its timely analysis and pragmatic approach towards climate change. She has been serving as a member of various government councils and committees in the fields of energy and science and technologies. She also led miscellaneous international and regional programs in the area of energy cooperation through IEA, APEC, AREA, and IPEEC. She is also a visiting professor at Kyushu University in Japan. She served as the 2020 president of the International Association of Energy Economics, IAEE, and she is 2021 executive vice president of IAEE. Dear Professor Yamashita, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Dina-san. Thank you very much for a very long and kind introduction. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the session 3. This session is about the demand-side energy efficiency, and then it's called Green Buildings. So I hope that we will learn from 2 experts and then 2 discussants about what can be done in the building sector, which is actually almost 1/3 of the total final consumption, at least in Japan. And then we are struggling how to deal with this sector. It cannot be done, the achievement cannot be done without the collaboration between the builders and then the consumers, and then also probably the manufacturers, which will supply the building materials. So without getting too much into the context, blah, blah, blah from me, I would like to introduce the first presenter. The first paper is titled Future Proofing Sustainable Cooling Demand, and the speaker or presenter is Professor Toby Peters. Let me introduce a little bit about the Professor Peters. Hello there, and he is a professor, professor in cold economy at the University of Birmingham in UK, co-director of Center for Sustainable Cooling and a visiting researcher fellow at the University of Cambridge. He is also a visiting professor at Kyushu University, probably my colleague, Japan, and Heriot-Watt University, UK. Professor Peters is a co-inventor of liquid air energy storage, high view power, and the architect of the cold economy and clean cooling with more than 15 years of experience in energy storage and energy systems. He's a multi-award winning cross-discipline researcher, uniquely sat across engineering, energy, social sciences, and business schools. He works globally with government, multilateral development agencies, and banks' energy laws. So the floor is yours, Professor Peters.
Thank you. Try and share my screen. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, we can see it, but perhaps you can make it into the screen.
Is it?
Thank you.
Is it? Yeah, okay. So thank you for that. Thank you for the also very long introduction. We're currently off track to meet 1.5 degree target of Paris Agreement. And cooling, as we know, accounts for more than 7% of all global greenhouse gas emissions. And these emissions could actually double by 2030 in the absence of any intervention. As we know, HFCs, the refrigerants, are in fact the fastest growing source of GHG emissions today, primarily due to this increasing growth in cooling demand. At the same time, we've got to remember that we're off track to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And from my view, access to sustainable cooling will play a critical role in achieving them, providing a range of social, economic, health, and well-being and political benefits. So for me, sustainable cooling sits right at the intersect of the three big agreements: Paris, Kigali Amendment on HFC phase down, and the SDGs. And how we meet this surge in cooling demand will materially impact our ability to mitigate climate change and manage our natural resources. We've got to deliver cooling for everyone who needs it with total minimum environmental impact and cost while building resilience. Achieving this will require, from my view, a shift in mindset away from linear approaches to a system-of-system, need-driven circular approach, understanding interconnected and dynamic relationships within the whole system, and also taking a future-orientated approach, ensuring adaptation to a plus 50 degree Celsius world and the associated system resilience. So space cooling, as we know, is the fastest growing energy service in buildings worldwide. And the electricity demand for space cooling could increase by 300% by 2050, up to about 6,200 terawatt hours, consuming as much electricity as the whole of China and India today. And in some hotter regions of the world, let us not forget the share of space cooling in electricity consumption already is reaching staggering numbers. You go over to the GCC, where, example, 70% of Saudi or Abu Dhabi's electricity is used for air conditioning. In actual fact, there are some surveys which suggest that by 2030, Saudi will be burning more oil for air conditioning than it exports. And looking forward, in India, the share of air conditioning in peak electricity load is projected to increase to 45% by 2050 from 10% today without intervention. However, at the same time, only less than a third of households around the world actually own air conditioning. So if you look at, say, Japan in 2018, air conditioning ownership was about 90%. But among the 2.8 billion people living in the hottest parts of the world, air conditioning ownership was only 8%. So while we talk that by 2050, 2 in every 3 households around the world expect to have an air conditioning, we have to remember that one of the challenges is that despite these projections, if we actually want to deliver cooling for all, whereas today we might by 2050 have 9.5 billion cooling devices, actually if we want to deliver cooling for all, we're more likely to require 14 billion devices. So it starts to show actually the size of the gap. And this additional demand was going to add electricity load to the energy systems, and cities will struggle to deploy the capacity of the infrastructure into existing urban areas. I think, as we know, from the IEA to achieve the 1.5 degree target, IEA estimates that direct building emissions need to reduce by 50% and indirect building emissions by about 60% by 2030. And given the expected demand growth, how we deliver cooling, as I said, will deliver a critical role in achieving not just this, but also the SDGs. So we need to ensure sustainability while building resilience. We need to include vulnerable people in the climate planning process, ensure adaptation efforts don't exacerbate existing inequalities. And as different countries face different climate risks, we've got to consider the sustainable solutions that are effective in each location and recognize they might not be feasible to others. And to manage the complexity and deliver cooling in the most cost-efficient way with minimum environmental impact, countries should focus on their strengths, which is key to building resilience. And we need to take, as I said, a future-orientated approach to ensure future capacity and capability. Buildings constructed today will still be in use for at least the next 50 years, and we have to design for plus 50 degree world to ensure system resilience. I think there's a window of opportunity. There's a lot of the buildings, they talk about 80% of the stock, which hasn't yet been built. But the point we have to remember is that energy now is a system of systems, particularly as we transition to renewables. And we must recognize that addressing the cooling needs across all sectors requires equal attention. And we've got to do this in a joined up way. So the key for me to ensuring current and future cooling needs are met for all efficiently, sustainably, while building resilience, is to come to the system, a needs-driven, integrated approach by identifying and understanding the interdependencies across the cooling system and the wider energy system. Jumping back a bit, the growth in cooling demand will be driven by multiple demographic and developmental changes. These will include rising population, urbanization, increasing income, improved access to electricity, climate change itself. According to the UK Met Office, 1 billion people could suffer from extreme heat stress if global temperatures increase by 2 degrees C. And as I said, we've got increasing populations and movement to urbanization. And the other point, of course, is that we've got this increasing income, 2.2 billion lower middle income people, newly entering the world's middle class, will soon be able to purchase air conditioners, or at least the most affordable, but therefore the most inefficient and energy intensive. But as I said, in addition to increasing demand for air conditioning, we have to look at the other 60% of the energy consumption of cooling from other sectors and look at this in an integrated way. For example, rising temperatures will increase the demand for space, not only for space cooling, but also for the transport environment. Think about 40% of energy consumption of a bus in Asia can be for the AC load. So as we transition to electric vehicles, we have to think about that in the whole system. Higher incomes will potentially result in higher food consumption levels and change in diet, which will require more cold chain in the cities. And urbanization will increase demand for refrigeration, as well as push the distance from the farm to the market, creating greater demand for cold chain logistics, which we want driven from the whole energy system as we transition away from renewables, or from diesel to renewables. So this demand will likely contribute to its own growth, as conventional active cooling devices are energy intensive and very polluting due to the emissions from not just the energy use, but the refrigerant. And as we said, cooling devices today account for more than 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but this could, if unchecked, double by 2030 and even triple by the end of this century. And as I said, you know, we've got to think about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. The social and economic cost of lack of cooling disproportionately falls on the poor, the disadvantaged, and the marginalized communities, women and girls as well, and they exacerbate the inequality. So today, more than 1 billion people face immediate risk from lack of access to cooling, which includes about 680 million slum dwellers living in hotter climate urban areas. And these people often aren't included in the climate planning process. And sun adaptation efforts may even exacerbate existing inequalities. So for example, rapid urbanization and growth of large cities has been accompanied by the rapid growth of highly vulnerable urban communities living in formal settlements. So we really have to think about this. But at the same time, from my perspective, sustainable cooling provides many social, economic, societal benefits that are critical for achieving our SDGs. The challenge perhaps is that these are often treated as soft wins rather than the core driver for provision. And the key has to be to recognize that social and environmental benefits do have financial value, which often translates to reductions in other costs or lower economic losses. So for example, increasing temperatures may reduce labor productivity as much as 12% in South Asia and West Africa by 2050, which might result in 6% GDP loss annually. Climate change is responsible for more than 150,000 deaths annually, and between 2030 and 2050 is expected to cause 250,000 additional deaths per year. Increasing temperature also leads to high level of discomfort and heat stress, not just for humans, but also for animals. More than 17 million chickens died in India during the 2015 heat wave, and heat stress can reduce milk production by up to 50%. We're seeing air conditioning for animals now in hotter countries. So this is all part of how we have to think about this. I think for me, the big challenge is that we need a paradigm shift. When we talk about energy, people actually mean electricity. And when we talk about energy storage, we mean batteries. But we have to remember, as I hope I've shown, that much of our energy demand is actually for cooling. So instead of focusing on greening the electricity supply by replacing fossil fuels with renewables and low carbon sector, we've got to think about this in a thermal perspective. Can we do things differently? Can we think about how we make cold, how we store cold, how we manage cold, and how we move and utilize cold? And I want to give you a very simple, but I use it a lot, but for me, it's a really telling little number. So in 2018, it was the record year for global deployment of solar power with 104 gigawatts of installed capacity added. But in 2018, the same year, the energy demand just from new sales of room air conditioners, this is just new sales of only room air conditioners, was 115 gigawatts. So room air conditioners outstripped the best year for global deployment of solar power. And this is why energy efficiency improvements alone aren't going to be enough to meet the cooling needs sustainably in line with our emissions targets. To deliver cooling for all with the limits of our planet efficiently and effectively, we need a paradigm shift, as I said, to a different way of thinking that goes beyond energy efficiency and greening electricity. We've got to really understand what are the needs in the urban environment. We've got to understand the wide range of drivers and barriers that will shape the cooling system, along with the climatic, demographic, social economic statistics, energy and transport infrastructure. And we've got to understand what are our targets, commitments and initiatives, and bring them all together into a joined up way, thinking, as I said, how do we make our coal cold? How do we store it? How do we manage it? How do we finance it? How do we regulate it? And within that, how can we reduce the demand, shift the demand to renewable and sustainable solutions, and how we can then improve and aggregate. And we can, from that, look at delivery around behavior, around the services, the business models, and the technology. So diving a little bit deeper, mitigate. This is so important. We've got to reduce the demand for active cooling in our buildings and improve thermal comfort in outside urban environments through urban planning and infrastructure. We've got to think about passive cooling technology, painting roofs white. We've got to think about the behavioral changes which can reduce the demand for cooling. And this is also important because by reducing the demand for air conditioning, cooling, we reduce the heat island effect. And then, yes, we have to think, how do we make cold? So at the moment, it's an electricity-driven process. But I just want to, throw out one example of how we can rethink how we deliver cooling. For example, our energy system is very much, particularly in Asia, is based on the use of LNG. And the LNG regasification process, when we take the LNG from the tanker, the container, and put it back into the grid, we go from minus 160 back to ambient, but inherently we throw all that cold away. And currently, we just use 1% of the total potential. So when you look at the numbers, in 2020, the global demand for LNG was estimated to be 360 million tons. It's potentially going to double to 700 million tons by 2040, with Asia set to drive about 70% of this new growth. Can we harness that waste coal? Based on projections, we can theoretically supply about 4,000 terawatt hours of high-grade coal, which if we harness, we could be seeing close on 1 billion tons of greenhouse gas emission savings and an economic value of more than 440 billion pounds worth of value. So for me, we have to think about other ways that we deliver coal, how we can use geothermal, how we can use waste coal. These are all parts of the thinking. We also have to think about, how do we store coal? We know that the importance of energy storage to support renewable energy, intermittent energy, how to store at night. But if I want to drive an air conditioning unit at night, is it better to store my energy in a lithium-ion battery or in a block of ice? But this is the problem. We're not thinking thermally. We're not understanding the need. So we've really got to, in my view, think about the role of thermal energy storage, ice, PCM. And we have to think about, how do we manage? For me, this really has to be part of the nub of the solution. This isn't just about the systems to manage cooling, but the maintenance. We can really make big changes, 13%, energy savings of up to 20% by improving the optimization, the monitoring, and the maintenance of our equipment. And equally, as we want to design and look at new technologies, we've got to have the people trained up to install and maintain them. We've got to do this ahead of the curve, not after the curve. So for me, it's really important to develop a cooling workforce with the right set of skills for proper installation and maintenance, not just of the equipment that we want today, but of the equipment we want tomorrow. And of course, we've got to think about finance and regulation. This is a big challenge. Most consumers today purchase ACs that are 2 to 3 times less efficient than the ones available on the market. And the major reason for this is the upfront costs associated with the sustainable cooling equipment. The Global Cooling Prize showed us what can be achieved with room air conditioning, an 80% reduction in emissions. But to bring these technologies to market, we need to align the regulations and the standards to the technological process. We need to be setting MEPs aligned to what can be achieved, not what is available today. And we need to look at the financial barriers, this high upfront cost. Can we use pay-as-you-go? Can we use cooling as a service? How can we change the model so that people can be incentivized and enabled to buy the most efficient solution? So for me, business as usual approaches to cooling provision won't be able to meet this surging cooling demand, either in the buildings or in other sectors. And we've got to take an integrated system level approach to cooling. We've got to minimize the demand for air conditioning in buildings through passive design techniques. I think we've got to look at ways to, within the energy system, to harness the untapped thermal resources and how we can bring those, how we can bring district cooling much more into the system. And we have to make use of thermal energy storage. Stop always saying that it's about electricity and batteries. Our big demand for energy is cooling. Let's start thinking thermally. And it also requires integration and system management, particularly as we want to bring on electric vehicles and look at an integrated system. As I said, governments should encourage the commercialization and uptake of ultra high efficiency sustainable air conditioners through more ambitious labeling and minimum efficiency performance standards. But these have to be supported by innovative finance and business models for the consumers to overcome the first cost barriers. We've got to strengthen building codes and standards through the integration of passive cooling and energy efficiency requirements. But if I can leave you with just 2 points, we've got to focus on skills. There's no point in talking about ultra high efficiency sustainable air conditioners. There's no point talking about natural refrigerants unless we make sure that we've got the skills in the marketplace to actually support the deployment and the maintenance of this equipment. And finally, we have to also start with the needs. We've got to understand what are the social impacts of cooling, and we've got to quantify and value that. And within that, equally important, we've got to take a future-orientated approach. We have to recognize that we are coming towards a plus 50-degree environment, and we need to be thinking about the technologies which can provide energy efficiency and sustainability in a plus 50-degree world. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Peters. It was eye-opening for me, at least. We all talk about the 2 degrees increase or 1.5 degrees, but never thought about getting into 50 degrees, even in this part of the world. Probably it is a very first day for me to start thinking thermally. I do agree, I echo the importance of maintenance. It is very, 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 very important. Once you get the equipment, you forget about maintaining it, but it actually goes away from the, the designed efficiency. So maintenance is important. So, okay, so I would like to invite a discussant for the Professor Peters paper. The discussant we have today is Dr. Clayton Miller. Dr. Miller is an assistant professor at National University of Singapore. Hello, Dr. Miller. He leads the Building and Urban Data Science Lab, BUDS, at the National University of Singapore. BUDS Lab is a scientific research group that leverages data sources from the built and urban environments to improve the energy efficiency and conservation, comfort, safety, and satisfaction of humans. Dr. Miller is also a co-leader of a data analytics project at UC Berkeley and for IEA's Annex 79, Occupant-Centric Building Design and Operation. And he is the former CTO of Optilas, which is a Singapore NRF-funded startup. He holds a Doctor of Science degree from the ETH Zurich. So with that, I would like to invite Dr. Miller. The floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'll go ahead and share my screen. So yes, thank you. I am here to kind of provide a bit of a response to Professor Peters' the paper that he just presented. And there's lots of really great aspects to the paper that I'd love to discuss quickly in the beginning, and then go into a little bit of suggestions that I have to help, I think, improve the paper in a few ways, mostly related to the climate context, specifically from the tropical climate context, which is where we are here in Singapore, and some potential improvements based on a case study that we have here in Singapore at the National University of Singapore. So quickly, my background is in mechanical engineering, architecture, and also, as was mentioned in the bio, computer science and data science. And my team is made up of people from it's very interdisciplinary, and we look at ways to improve buildings, both on the design side and as well as the operations side through the use of IoT and data collection and things like that. So, you know, my response or my overview after reading the paper and seeing Professor Peters' presentation is really, I mean, I totally agree on the framework of the paper, that it is a systems approach. There's lots of moving parts to this solution. There is no silver bullet. There is no one size fits all approach. And I really liked that context, the overall framework of it. I really liked, Professor Peters, what you mentioned at the end, that this is about skills, not just technology. I think that's really, really important, especially when you look at the context of you know, introducing new types of technologies to markets where, you know, they don't previously exist. So there are lots of really great things. I could spend a lot more time than 10 minutes going through the great things I think in the paper, but I want to talk about some of the improvements that I think that could add a bit of context. And that's really looking at the climates where a lot of this new cooling is going to be needed, which is in the tropics. I mean, it's a lot of the, you know, the world that's close to the equator. And cooling technology in general really came out of climates that are more diverse, more continental climates like North America and Europe. And so what I propose is really, you know, focusing on these climates, maybe even one at a time. And the tropical climate, of course, in Singapore is the one that I'll focus on today as an example based on a case study that I want to show very quickly. And as well as the digital side. I know Professor Peters mentioned the digital side. So digitization of the demand for cooling. So not cooling spaces when they're not needed, and figuring out ways to collect information about the perception of people is really important. So I want to talk about, as I mentioned, a quick case study to show this example of contextualizing, you know, to a certain climate. There's a building here at NUS called the SDE4 building that's been in operation for almost 2 years. And the idea of this building was to rethink the way cooling is provided in a non-residential context. In Singapore, everyone uses fans and windows and air conditioning kind of in tandem. And I think you'll see that across a lot of the tropics. But in commercial buildings, if you go to the Central Business District of Singapore, you're going to find these glass boxes that are powered by North American style air conditioning, just blasting cold air into a enclosed sealed space. So in SDE4, what we wanted to do is rethink that. How can we contextualize cooling in a climate where it never gets below 18 degrees Celsius, right? Like we don't have cold weather here at all, right? So do we need these sealed boxes? The answer is no. And so we wanted to figure out in this building how we could showcase these technologies. So I want to talk about these a little bit one at a time. The first one is just a general concept of tropical architecture in general. And if you go across the region, you're going to find lots of this kind of architecture in residential buildings. Like a lot of people have these very airy, open buildings with a lot of ability for there to be cross ventilation, natural ventilation, which Professor Peters touches on in the paper. But in the tropical context, it's really important to leverage this because, like I said, in most parts of the tropics, we don't need heating ever. We don't need solid, you know, sealed off buildings. And so really making the building porous, oriented the building properly, making it very open to success if you do allow people to open windows, which I'll talk about in the next slide. Making that possible. Hybrid cooling. So like I mentioned, in residential context in Singapore, we use hybrid, everyone pretty much uses hybrid cooling. No one uses exclusively air conditioning or fans, but in commercial buildings, it's pretty rare. And so in this building, we have ceiling fans. We have sensors attached to the fans, which are detecting the occupancy and what the people need and want in the space. We have operable windows that are coupled with the air conditioning system to turn off the aircon if people are opening the windows. And we're doing a lot of research in the effects of this on energy, cooling energy consumption, satisfaction of occupants, but also now with infectious disease being, airborne infectious disease being a big issue, the impact on the reduction of risk of spreading infectious diseases when you're using fresh air instead of recirculated air. Net zero energy, this is a concept that the building exemplifies. And what net zero does is it gives each building or each district a budget. So you need to, you can only consume as much energy as you can produce on site. It's not feasible for very high-rise buildings, but medium and low-rise buildings. It provides a really great design target for building owners to incentivize them to really focus on efficiency and conservation on the cooling side. And wellness. Wellness is a concept that's becoming very common. And there is a very nice overlap between using things like natural ventilation and tropical architecture and the impact that it has on people's health in terms of air quality, views, the different aspects. There's a really nice synergy between those things. And there's something called WELL certification. So SDE4 is one of the first WELL certified buildings in the tropics and on university campuses. And then last but not least is something called biophilic design. So integration of tropical features like vegetative features into the building, not cutting down the trees around the building, making sure that that we have vegetation built into the design concept. This can help reduce the cooling demand. It can also increase the satisfaction of the occupants in really interesting ways, and we do research on that. The last thing I want to touch on is the digitization side of things. And here in our group, in collaboration with the University of California, Berkeley, we're working on an open source project that's meant to scale the way we collect data from occupants. So we're using smartwatches to, and we do this in a research-based context where we deploy these to test participants and have them wear the watch for 2 to 4 weeks. And whenever the watch vibrates, they're being asked to ask various questions about how they feel, related to thermal comfort, but also things like noise and privacy and infectious disease risk perception. So we're creating much larger data sets than we have in the past. Here's a view of our building, and the little dots in the upper part show where we've collected data. So we're getting much more longitudinal intensive data from occupants across a diversity of conditions, spaces, and situations that the person is in, whether they're focusing or they're with friends or they're eating or they're, what are they wearing? Are they wearing heavy clothes versus light clothes? So increasing the amount of data and characterizing better the way, what people want in buildings is really going to help us not just blast cold air into a space and expect everyone to be comfortable, but instead create more personalized potential for cooling. And so, yeah, these are all things that I think, it could enhance especially in the paper, the mitigation and make part of the systems that Professor Peters mentioned. They're just kind of maybe diving into some details, I guess, in those two areas. But from a design and technology perspective, I thought they might be good suggestions, and I'm happy to discuss that after this presentation. And last but not least, of course, this is not all my work. There's a lot of people to thank, including the people from NUS, my research team, and funding agencies as well. So with that, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miller. I liked the title of the source, which called the human as a sensor for buildings. That sounds like what you have been doing with the Apple Watch. Now I would like to invite back the Professor Peters, if you have any dive-in message or the feedback towards.
No, I mean, I think, Clayton, that that's really helpful and really useful. And I think we're very much on the same page. And I'm all the time trying to capture more examples, more ways it's being done. I think, you know, I think cooling space not needed is a really important point. I know at our campus in Heriot Watt in Malaysia, we don't call the corridors, we don't call the loos, we call the classrooms, but you walk through there. Also, when you look at big spaces, I mean, if you go into a conference hall, I remember when we could go into conference halls and you actually realize that you know, you might have a room which is 5-6 meters high with 200 people in it, but actually the 200 people are actually only in the bottom 2 meters, and you're calling this whole all space. I think one thing's also, I mean, this also came out of the Global Cooling Prize, was that you know, we don't, as you said, it's all driven by North American style. There's no measurement of latent cooling demand and the humidity, which is so important. So, you know, actually, we've got to change the way that we actually test equipment as well as install it. So is it meeting the need, particularly this need, as you said, in these regions where you have very high humidity as well as the heat. So hybrid cooling, all these areas, there's lots there that I fully agree with. Well, I agree with all of it, and I look forward to picking up afterwards and pulling it in. My only challenge, as you know, when you write these papers, is you have a word limit. So we're going to have to cut and add in, but I want to bring all of this in. So thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Well, there's one question, but before going to the floor, I have a few questions. You know, in Japan, we're increasingly worried about the hot summer, but at the same time, we have this heat shock concern where in Japan, the households are not necessarily heated or how to say, centrally heated. So there is a warm living room, but a cold bathroom or cold powder room. So the older people may get the heat shock because of walking into the cold room from the warm room and get the stroke. Is there any concern like that in the cooling? Cooling is required tropical climate, because you were talking about corridor not cool too much, and then when the conference room where people are, it should be comfortable. Is there any opposite way, just like the cold heat shock? That's one.
Clayton, I'm going to. You're probably the one who's got most research on that from your work.
Sure. Yeah, I could help with that question. I think there in the tropics, I think there's not as much of a problem or risk of that, mostly because the vulnerable people that would really be impacted by heat stress are kind of used to heat stress. Like they understand how to really deal with it. The danger really is what's happening. You see in the world now is heat waves in places that aren't usually hot. And so you have, and that might be an issue in Japan, but I know, you know, earlier this year in the Pacific Northwest of North America, you had, you know, over 40 degrees Celsius in places which don't usually have that high of heat. And so you had a lot of death and illness from vulnerable people. And I don't know if that's because of the heat stress by going from cold to hot spaces or things like that, but it is, I mean, heat stress in general is a really big problem. Yeah. I mean, I can say that definitely. And I don't do research in that area, but I do have colleagues that do. And it's one of the, for example, in Australia, it's one of the biggest causes of death from natural disasters is heat waves, basically. So yeah, it's a big issue. So yeah, but not my exact area of expertise in detail, but I do have some of that type of high level insight. Yeah.
My point of bringing it up is because we used to try to persuade European architects to come over to Asia or Southeast Asia, Japan, etc., because we are suffering from the hot and humid summer, and then they don't understand unless they come here, and then they talk about insulation only aiming at protecting people from dying in the cold winter. So you have, when you talk about the systematic approach, you also have to think about those people whose mindset is not at all there to be persuasive. And then moreover, nowadays, the old people are increasing in number in Japan, and then they don't feel much about the temperature difference. So the heat wave is actually very bad for the old people because they don't think about switching on air conditioning. So the digital technology is very important. I think the control heat for the temperature for the senior citizens is increasingly important also in different parts of the world, especially Asia. That was what I wanted to say in that.
I think you made a really, really important point about this North global South relationship, because it's interesting. I work in cooling, but I'm based in the UK. I mean, the UK is so focused on heating, and I know heating is very important, but the big demand for the big growth of demand is around cooling, and we've got to really drive the cooling debate. We need to the COP and everything, we need to recognize all our energy demand is for cooling load. Be it, and it's not just people, as I said, it's animals as well, it's computers, everything is, and cooling, I think by 2060 will actually overtake heating in its energy demand. So, we need to recognize that there has to be this flip, and we, it's got to, thermodynamics, everything has to be about how do we keep people and products cold. The big challenge for me, and I know I'm slightly digressing, but if we look at COVID-19 and that was, we were very quick to focus on how do we design a vaccine. Brilliant. We were very quick to focus on how do we manufacture a vaccine. And then everybody went, oh, blimey, we have to keep this vaccine at 2 to 8 degrees or minus 70 to move it around. And we didn't do anything to build that cold chain in advance. We already lose 25% of vaccines in Africa and Asia due to broken cold chains. We just don't, we're blind to this cooling issue. And equally, as we transition to renewables, as I said, what we have to do is we have to remember, for example, 40–50% of a bus's energy consumption is its air conditioning load. So when you're plugging in that demand into the grid, 50% of the bus's demand is actually to keep people cold. Is using a lithium-ion battery and electricity the right way to do it, or we should be thinking firmly to take that demand off the grid? And that's why we've got to be thinking about system approaches and what the energy demand of vehicles are, as well as buildings.
Yeah, I think it is, I maybe excuse my choice of words, but golden opportunity for you to make that point out, because people are concerned how we can transport these the vaccine, which requires a really low temperature. We have 2 questions here. I haven't understood the context, but there is a longer question. Cooling RCC structure with water flow, hollow brick, and other structural design is specifically important for urban building. What are plans for mass adaptation and replication of this? How cost-effective these construction methods are? I don't have very much idea about it. Oh, yeah, the Professor Dr.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe this question is related to radiant cooling technologies, perhaps, like using chilled water through the structure of a building. And that's, that I talked about hybrid systems that we do here in Singapore. That's another hybrid system that's being tested in Singapore, because instead of just using cold air, you can use air movement, you can use radiant cooling. So providing these radiant cooler surfaces, there's a multi-pronged approach to keeping people comfortable besides just blasting cold air. So these are emerging technologies. So there's a lot of testing and development and people becoming comfortable with implementing new technologies. That's a big challenge as well. So.
And there's, I remember I was on the judging panel of the Asean Awards earlier this year, and one of them was actually using a sort of similar approach where it was using ground source water, pumping it round, and then also putting a fan over it to drive it. So you know, but we need all of these things to be looked at, not just simply electrically driven vapor compression cycles.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
And really, if I can, my whole thing is that the moment, the current approach is we start with the vapor compression cycle air conditioner. What we should be doing is that should be the last thing we go to, not the first thing. And if we look at all these other solutions first, and then come to that and take that load off the grid and stop that heat island effect.
I see. And then, of course, we will be refraining from using more and more refrigerant by avoiding going to the AC, etc., while trying to go for the passive cooling. So we think thermal.
But if I can just add in, and this is the point why I mentioned the 50 degrees C, and whether it's 50, 45, is that with cooling, you are exhausting to atmosphere at the moment. So the warmer that atmosphere, the more humid, the harder the system has to work. And as we get hotter temperatures, it's not simply about how do we keep ourselves cool. It's actually about, you know, we have to use, the air conditioners will have to have much bigger fins, much bigger equipment. They have to use so much more energy because they're trying to exhaust into this warm environment. So, you know, this is why it's a really important game change in how we approach cooling is because of it's the energy demand is not going to be linear. It will really sort of ramp up in hotter environments. And we haven't really started thinking about that challenge. And likewise, just quickly, sorry, you know, batteries in hotter environments, we're assuming a battery is going to be our store of solar energy overnight to drive our air conditioning. Batteries need cooling. You know, they've got to, you know, so we're creating more problems that we're not thinking around.
I hear you very well. Unfortunately, the time is running out, but I heard you, and then all the audiences here heard you well. Good luck with your promotion of this Think Thermally, and then also hopefully we will start thinking about how to deal with cooling demand. So thank you very much, both of you. I hope that the audience enjoyed as much as I did. So that it was the Professor Peters and then the Dr. Miller. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invite.
So now I would like to move on to the second paper. Thank you very much for waiting. I would like to invite the Dr. Azgalieva. She will present the paper titled Financing Green Buildings Barrier Solutions and Policies. Dr. Azgalieva is a research fellow of Asian Development Bank Institute. Before joining ADBI in July 2019, she worked as a research fellow in the Energy Economics Division of the Energy Studies Institute, National University of Singapore. She was also a research fellow at the Henley Business School, University of Reading, and economics teaching fellow at the University College of London. She also worked as a leading and chief specialist for the tax committee at the Ministry of Finance of Kazakhstan. She holds a PhD, master's, and graduate diploma in economics, all from the University of Essex. I would like to invite Dr. Azgalieva, floor is yours.
Professor Yamashita-san, thank you so much for your kind introduction and for moderating this session. This paper is written with my colleague, Dilra Hood from ADBI. This is a working paper, so I appreciate your comments, especially Clayton Miller and Dr. Peter and Professor Peter Toby Peters, please, I would like to hear your comments too. My interest on green buildings actually started with Clayton Miller when he provided a guided tour in the NUS Net Zero building several years ago. So that was impressive to actually stay inside of that building and you can feel everything what he was talking about, that net zero building. Okay, so this is the outline of the paper, and also a part of the usual structure of academic papers. We included 7 real case short boxes, which includes what we think very nice case studies from different countries, particularly focusing on developing Asia. You can see a number of countries here. And one of them, actually, we have a data on household quality of life survey. That's what Clayton Miller just mentioned about studying perception is very important. So I'm happy that we have this in this paper. Actually, one of the challenges for writing research on green buildings is lack of data. So any suggestions about data sources also, please, I will be highly appreciated. So the objective of this paper to provide the review of financing solution and policy support so far happened. And also, I think this paper will be very interesting for policymakers from developing countries interested in promoting green buildings. By working on this research topic, I found that there is a big gap in the literature for especially developing countries and financing solutions, especially on investment part and financing solutions and policies. So what are green buildings? This presentation is about green buildings. There are several terminologies, and this terminology keep developing. Before it was energy efficient buildings. So the difference between energy efficient buildings and green buildings is that energy efficient is about energy efficiency, right? But green buildings, in addition to energy efficiency, plus on top of that, it also includes like water efficiency and construction. So construction is very important part of green buildings, and decarbonizing construction is very important. So that's why green buildings is higher than energy efficiency building. And then I think Clayton Miller told you about net zero carbon buildings, so I'm not going to repeat. So why I highlighted construction part of the green buildings, because many countries have energy efficiency standards for buildings. But I think we need to promote green buildings. Why? Because they include construction part, sustainable construction, low carbon construction, and so on. You probably heard from last month COP26, which happened in November, the importance apparently for large pollution of construction of to greenhouse gas emissions. Actually, I like this example from The Economist recent article that they said if cement industry were a country, it would be the 3rd largest emitter. Although emission intensity is quite low for which these industries, construction of building material industries is quite low per kilogram or per ton because they're heavy. But if you look overall level of pollution, it's very high due to large scale. You know, developing countries, they keep constructing quite fast, the construction. So it's very important to decarbonize also the construction. And at COP26, it was highlighting the importance for providing demand for green construction material, because if there is no demand for green construction material, then they will not be produced. And at COP26, 5 countries announced that they will support demand for green construction materials. That's UK, India, Germany, Canada, and United Arab Emirates. So by promoting green buildings, actually, countries will support demand for green construction material in their country. So the solution to this problem could be 4 R's. Actually, technology is already there. Many technologies are provided, although not of them cost competitive. Of course, some of them more expensive, like carbon capture and storage and so on. So that's why they need support for a reduction of greenhouse gas emission could be achieved using reduce, reuse, recycle, and replace with green material. about financing. Financing of green buildings doesn't mean financing construction, actually, green construction, because financing could be at any stage. So ideally, of course, it's nice if green buildings are financed starting from construction stage. This is the example of building in Malaysia, which started with green construction. And usually, more commonly, buildings are retrofitted. So they use the existing building constructed, or sometimes even refinancing, that's past loan and acquisitions. Benefits of green buildings are enormous. I think to save time, I will not repeat what Toby Peters just said, because he highlighted the importance that energy demand is growing, and hot and tropical climate, especially in Southeast Asia. Yeah, so greening buildings is very important. When Professor Yamashita opened this session, she mentioned that in Japan, 1/3 of energy consumption from building. That's same for a global sample also, like 1/3. And for emission is also 1/3. You can see the building part is this free pie, part of the pie, like 1/3, and here as well. You can see that construction energy consumption only 5% comparing to emission 10%. This is because even if construction of building material completely removes fossil fuel and only use renewable energy, half of the emission comes from not from fossil fuels, but from production process, manufacturing process, which is called calcination, I think. So they would require, in addition to renewable energy, they will require carbon capture and storage, for example, and other technologies. So just renewable energy will not help eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. Now, okay, so I think I convinced you how great are green buildings and why we need them so much. There are barriers for green buildings are facing strong barriers for financing, mainly coming from what's that called? Mismatch of incentives. Who actually construct the building, construction company, who owns the building, and who actually pays the bills that the tenant, right? So it's, for example, for a tenant, it's not attractive to improve energy efficiency of the building, right? Because building doesn't belong to him. And for owner as well, might not be attractive to invest in energy efficiency improvement because landlord doesn't pay bills. Okay, so there is some mismatch, but it can be fixed with some interventions. In this paper, we included 4 options for financing green buildings. To save time, I will introduce the first 2. Green bonds, I think everyone knows them quite well. They financed green projects, especially renewable energy and green buildings. So top 2 projects which green bonds finance, that's green buildings and energy. What's interesting about green bonds that they're growing fast. They've been growing fast a long time. COVID-19 hit issuance in 2020. But 2021 is an amazing year for green bonds. We hit actually $500 billion US, and year is not yet over, but we already hit, and this is double of 2020. So I think we green bonds recovered after COVID-19. What's interesting, again, what Toby Peters mentioned about tropical hot climate in Southeast Asia, nearly half of green bonds in Southeast Asia were used for financing green buildings. So it looks like green buildings are very attractive projects for Southeast Asia. Comparing to globally, it's just 1/5, and in Southeast Asia, it's half. Another interesting feature of green buildings, not necessarily, but usually, green bonds for green buildings are issued by real estate. And real estate actually adds to to issuance of green bonds more stability, because what we learned from COVID-19 when it happened, you can see that financial issuance, issuance of green bonds by financial sector like banks and by government reduced significantly comparing to 2019. They were affected, but other sectors like real estate, they were not so affected, and they actually even increased the issuance. So having this diversity of different sectors issuing green bonds can benefit to overall issuance. Okay, but sounds nice, green bonds for attracting private investments. However, there are some drawbacks. So the good thing that green bonds, they attract not only they attract private investments and also attract from abroad. So while the bank loan, usually you borrow from one and locally from your country, green bonds allows to borrow from many and from also many countries. But here are drawbacks. Cost of labeling bonds green actually could be substantial for developing Asia, could easily reach $100,000. But there is policy solution for that. Green bond grants already successfully provided in Hong Kong, China, Japan, Malaysia, and Singapore. Another challenge which developing Asia faces is local currency exchange risks. You can see that most of the green bonds, they issued in USD and Euro. This is in order to secure, to have to reduce risk and have demand. But there is also a solution for that. For example, in Malaysia, most of green bonds, they issued in local currency. So countries can provide support for local demand, providing something like tax incentives and so on. Also uncertain demand, especially for low ranking companies. So here government can support that by providing some guaranteed demand by purchasing that green bonds. Okay, so these are some solutions to that. Okay. Now, the interesting policy is green bond grants. So here I provide some more information, but that these countries financed it and provided 90 to 100% of the cost of external review. External review is important in order to make green bond credible for everyone, for investors. And so they subsidized this cost, and usually it's just for 3 years, but then they can be this grant could be extended for more years. Another way to get finance, actually, which growing well in developing Asia, is called Green Islamic Bond or Green Sukuk. Unlike green bonds, it has another additional label, which is called Islamic label, which means Sharia compliant bond. It's quite similar to green bonds, but a part of being green is also Sharia compliant, and this bond attracts investors who have not only who are investing in Islamic financial instruments and also have green targets. Also, proceeds can be used for environmentally friendly projects. Yeah, but they have to be Sharia compliant. The size of sukuk, green sukuk, is very small. Like if size of green bond overall is still less than 2% of all bonds. So green sukuk is even smaller than that. But what's interesting is growing, as I said, in developing Asia, and actually Indonesia is a #1 country in the world on issuance of green sukuk by size. So Malaysia and Indonesia both started to issue green sukuk, and they continue to grow it. It was they used to, as I said, in Southeast Asia, green bonds were used for financing green buildings. Example includes this building in Malaysia. They claim that it will be the tallest building in Asia, I think, and also it will be green. For now, it's in construction stage, and what in report says that nearly all construction waste is recycled so far. Yeah, okay. Now we provide a review of policies which can be used for finance for supporting green buildings, and we also try to structure it to help policymakers and provide some strength and and strength and disadvantages of different policy instruments. Number one, by popularity, policy instrument is codes and standards. Codes and standards could be not only for buildings, could be also for appliances used inside of the buildings. This policy is very popular in both developed and developing countries. And such policies continue to grow. Yeah, and they are usually voluntary, but codes and standards are needed for other policies also to exist, because codes and standards, they provide like a taxonomy of buildings, and then other policies can provide support and refer to these codes and standards. So usually policies are not provided alone. These are a combination of different policies. Another popular policy, loans, and they are used for providing loans for purchase of some energy efficiency technologies, for example. Loans could be government subsidized, a bit lower than market interest rate, or could be in extreme cases, it can be even interest-free loans, but for example, provided for limited number, for example, public sector or low-income households. I think paying attention to low-income households is crucial here. That was Toby Peters mentioned about vulnerable and marginalized groups like women and low-income people. So such policy instrument could actually be more targeted, and I think it's a good alternative to subsidies, providing it's more targeted, because by providing loans or support to low-income households for improving energy efficiency in their homes, that helps them to reduce their energy bills like electricity for cooling, for heating, and so on. Yeah, so I think that's a good support for low-income. Tax incentive is another good. It could be provided to households and for companies as well. The cost is usually lower of such policy, and it's also the good thing for government that it could be stopped at any time. So it's a short-term policy. And disadvantages of this, that it could be less attractive for investors due to its short-term, because investors like to, if technology life, for example, is like 20 years or 25 years, yeah, so they prefer longer term policies. And also it could be less incentives for low income groups, because low income households, they pay less taxes, so they could be disincentivized, and this such policy might affect only high income households. Okay, grants and taxes is another popular policy. And it's usually provided, it's like a one-time payment, is also like short-term one-time payment in order to purchase certain technologies. It's reducing upfront cost, and it also could be provided to households for residential building, and also could be for commercial buildings. And also this is such policy could help to promote also local industries producing such energy efficient technologies. Okay, another very nice policy, public investment and procurement. Many countries already improving energy efficiency in public buildings, and they trying to construct or make retrofit buildings as green, and using, let's say, grants, subsidies, public procurement, public investment, using a combination of different policies. What does it help? It's not only reduces pollution in a city and reduces greenhouse gas emission, but also advantage of this policy that it reduces the energy bills for government. Also, such public buildings could be provided for low-income households. You know that in developing Asia, it's quite common that when government provides public housing to low-income groups, that will, if government provides, instead of just normal public housing, green public housing or energy efficient public housing, They not only provide the place to live for low-income households, but also help them to reduce energy bills, which also, as I said, could be a good substitute for subsidies, energy subsidies. And for this part, we include this box on the case study from Indonesia and India on the use of green public housing. And as Clayton Miller mentioned, perception is important. Actually, that survey shows very good satisfaction of households living in green public houses. Okay, another example is public procurement, when government purchase energy efficient technologies at a large scale, which allows them to negotiate prices and have a lower cost. This is an example of government affiliated Energy Efficiency Services Limited based in India, when they purchased a great number of LED lights. Also, like strategic plans, like targets, commitments, pledges are important because they're providing the right signals to all other government agencies and also to help them to plan their activities according to that target. There are not so many countries which have green building targets. Many countries have greenhouse gas emission targets, renewable energy target. Example of green building target include Singapore Green Building Master Plan, which is called 80-80-80. They aim, for example, 80% of buildings will be green by 2030. And okay, I would like to summarize. We reviewed for this paper financing solutions and also policies supporting green buildings. We found that there are more policies on energy efficiency and green buildings in developed countries and in developing countries. Also, developed countries have started to establish have more years of such experience with policies than developing countries. And there is a lack of green building, particularly policies. Most of policies are energy efficiency policies, but as I said before, energy efficiency policies cannot be are not equal substitute to green building policies, because energy efficiency exclude construction and also water efficiency. So in order to promote efficiency not only of energy in the building operation, but also in reduce emission from building construction material, it's important to promote green buildings and not just energy efficient buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Azgarieva. Now I would like to invite the discussant, Dr. Alessandro Romagnoli, Director of Multi-Energy Systems, School of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Here, Dr. Romagnoli is an associate professor at the Nanyang Technological University. He is also serving as a cluster director of multi-energy systems and grid at the Energy Research Institute of the Nanyang Technology University. Dr. Romagnoli's research activity is mainly focused toward serving the industry by providing advice and viable solutions for some of their most pressing challenges, such as reducing carbon footprint, energy efficiency, and energy consumption. Dr. Romagnoli is advising the World Bank International Finance Corporation on energy-related projects, looking at maximizing energy efficiency in cold energy applications. Okay, so I would like to invite Dr. Romagnoli. Floor is yours.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. So good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the kind introduction. And now I will take no more than 10 minutes to cover a bit some of the highlights and main aspects of the paper presented by Dina. So just to let you know, I call you Dina because we had a chance to interact a few times, but I read the papers more than once, and as an overall statement, I can say that it was quite comprehensive, quite well balanced. So to go more onto the content and the details of the paper presented. The motivation background, I think, is pretty clear on why we are the paper, why it's coming. Of course, there is a significant amount of greenhouse gas emission contribution that comes from the building and construction sector, roughly captures around 29%. And therefore, we need to move towards more sustainable building and construction sector. So the paper indeed assess and review the barriers, solution, and policies to achieve green buildings. So the main findings here, I put 4 bullet points, even though probably it could be broader, the list. But I mean, there are challenges associated with the cost. For instance, one of those is also the lack of skilled workers when we look at the developing economies, for instance. And also when we look at green buildings, of course, this might come with a slightly higher price tag that might not be possible for low-income families to afford, even though, I mean, this could be some sort of virtual circle eventually where it is true that it might be spent more, but then, of course, that cost might be recovered through some other means. And then half of the paper is around the need to identify financing methods to increase the widespread adoption of green buildings, and also, you know, to look at different policies that are needed. So the topic is very crucial. It's very timely, as I said a minute ago. And here in this table, I try to capture the good bits of the paper and some that maybe could be improved. As I said earlier on, the structure is good, robust, it's quite comprehensive, you know, it worked well, it's circular, started with introduction, and then there is the core content, and then heading towards the conclusion. The literature review is also, I found it to be quite well covered. And then also the different aspects associated with the adoption of green building are also, I think, are well formulated. I know that these focus boxes are quite standard practice when we look at finance or policy papers, but those also work pretty well to me because they were able to sort of put a spotlight on some of the best practice or countries that were already adopting some of the practices or policies towards green building, spanning between Singapore, Middle East, and other places. And then, of course, also the tables summarizing the different policies and green building standards. Also, I think they were quite comprehensive, and then also I found that quite helpful. On the to improve side, I would say that the different section could be better organized. Sometimes I would say that I find the information to be redundant at some points, above all in the first part, to be honest, in which it seemed like they were sort of, you know, recalling some of the concepts already expressed in some other section. And I can provide maybe later on some more detail on that one. So I guess the description, the dissertation should be more concise at some points and more focused, because I found a bit of that redundancy. And also, I would say overall, eventually, you know, when it comes towards finalizing the paper, some check on the grammar structure and the formatting, I believe that will be carried out. So, I mean, to go into some more detail as well, I mean, I find a number of figures. For instance, I think in the figure 11, section 6, in which they are reported some of the diagrams from the International Energy Agency. I mean, those are quite basically pretty much as they summarize, you know, all the activities around policy, concept standards, grants, and whatever. And then I think there is a timeline, and then there is a frequency on the y-axis, try to capture, which I believe the frequency means, you know, how often these concept standards or policy are being implemented or issued on a yearly basis. But I believe that part pretty much summarizes everything. It is put there, but even though there are subsections in chapter 6 that cover all of those, I couldn't see a relationship between the diagrams and the description that we find in chapter 6. So I guess, you know, the figures could be better connected with the description that we have in the text. Also, I believe there is I understand this is a very broad topic. So there are different policies, a different stage of advancement in adopting green policies, green standard, and you know, when we look at the European or more developed economies versus developing economies, I believe that I felt like we are moving from one side to another, and possibly we could also try to sort of, bind them, saying, hey, looking at more developed situation and upcoming or developing countries to sort of to give a little bit more clarity in the way it is being reported. And also when it comes to, okay, conclusion is fine. I mean, it's pretty much a summary of what has been found. And I understand this is sort of policy paper, review paper. We see what has been done and what is to be done. So, I mean, again, looking at my last bullet point, I wonder, and this is more of a suggestion, whether there is a way also, or there is the intention to sort of, there is a number of data that have been collected. And I wonder if there could be a section before the conclusion in which somehow we try to put together this data and to offer some further insight. So for instance, this could be, hey, what is the impact of existing policies on actual CO2 mitigation, or what it should be? It was already covered, there is an estimated and projected growth or dollars figure for to achieve green buildings by 2050. But I guess, is there a growth rate that we can think of how this should grow when we look at different parts of the world? And I guess this could be a little bit deeper elaboration that we could do based on the information that we have that could offer, some additional insight to the reader. So I believe that could potentially be a section before the conclusion. And then something a little bit more technical. There is a part in which we touch base upon construction materials. So it is mentioned about steel, alloys versus some other more sustainable material. I guess that was touched extremely briefly. Potentially it could be further expand a little bit more. Touch upon sustainable timber was mentioned, but there are also new trends looking at low carbon concrete. And then also on the circular economy side, I believe that is also was touched also very briefly, which I believe probably that could also be brought into the equation, right? So it is mentioned heating, cooling, cooking, lighting, the circular economy or the waste or zero waste has not been touched. So it could be further expanded on that part. And then also when we look at the energy efficiency standpoint, okay, it was mentioned about LED lighting. It might be too much for new houses, new home to look into IoT and others, but that is the trend. And therefore we might also want to point, at the possibilities that we might have if we look at the implementation of IoT, smart homes, and looking how make better use of the appliances and then the energy required for a home, for a new building. I understand the LED lighting was touched upon, say, hey, there are sensors that on and off depending on the occupancy rate, but it could be a little bit more, forward-looking about smart homes and the contribution that IoT could bring to the green buildings. And then I believe that's all from my side. Happy to engage in a discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Romanoli. It was very insightful comments. I hope Dina also thinks that way. I switched to Dina rather than stuttering your family name. So Dina, I would like to welcome you to the reply to the Dr. Romanoli.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Yamashita-san and Alessandro. Yeah, very detailed comments. I haven't addressed them yet, but we have a plan, me and my co-author Dil Rahut. We're gonna work December, January, addressing all your comments. And also thanks for the additional file which you sent with your handwritten notes. That's like extra detailed. So that makes our life easier in addressing your comments. They're all very relevant. I agree with all of them. And I just not sure if I will be able to find all the data, but we'll do our best. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks, Tina. I mean, maybe if I can just add one more comment, because I was reading about green buildings. I think you also touch upon very briefly about retrofit, but that could also something to expand a little bit more, because it seems like there is no clear codes around about retrofit existing building, and apparently of the all new built buildings and homes currently we are building now, probably half of them will be there in 2050. So how we should go, you know, about making this existing building or new buildings or the existing building to retrofit to make them greener. And then maybe another thing that I didn't include in the slide is also that this green building regulation, they very much focus on the construction side, on the design side. But then when we look at their operation also, sometimes there is a bit of gap. So we have buildings that are built according to green practices and green standards. But then when we, you know, actually see how green they are when in actual use, we might see this sort of performance gap. And that is something also that I read in a few other reports, and I couldn't find that in this current paper. So I guess these are, I mean, not to make it too extensive, but at least to mention in order to firm up, you know, to make it the work a bit more comprehensive.
Yeah, this is highly relevant. Yeah, because it's important for financing. Investors need to be sure that if they invested in green building, it's not just 1 year green, but it's through the lifetime it's green, remain green.
Thank you very much. I switched to Alessandro as well. Yeah, Alessandro's comment actually took away what I wanted to say, so it's perfect. We have 2 questions from the floor. The one is about exactly similar to what Alessandro said, commented on. Supply of construction material which are low carbon intensive is difficult to get, and very few literature is available for using them, and whether they can be used with conventional material like cement and steel. What are supply side constraints, if you have any?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not expert on construction side, so I just learned some things. I don't know, Clayton Miller, how do you feel to answer this question?
Okay, so
I think Clayton left. Dina.
Okay, thank you very much.
He dropped a message. He's left.
Yeah. You want Alessandro?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on this part. For instance, in Singapore, we're doing some work on low carbon concrete, in which the intention is to take material from construction, from some excavation that eventually will not be used. For instance, we're looking at marine clay. There is a lot in Singapore. And then use that one to turn into concrete that could be used or comparable with the actual the concrete that is being used normally. I mean, the greenness of this concrete, of course, comes from the manufacturing process, besides recycling materials that already exist, also in the process itself, because to make this concrete, you need to achieve extremely high temperatures, whereas if you come out with the more efficient and better manufacturing processes, you can reduce the energy intensity, so that is more on the body emissions. And then in terms of procurement and how well they fit with the current construction material and practices, that is a bit of, so we ourselves in Singapore, we are seeing that, okay, there is a lot of interest, but you need to take it extremely cautious level of all if you talk about concrete material that eventually is going to make the bulk of the structure of a building. And that acceptance, you know, is taking some time. I'm seeing that here in Singapore, so we might start adopting this new concrete from structure which are not critical, for instance, and slowly scaling up. But this is something that I agree with the comments. I don't know where it came from, but this is, you know, it will take some time. And then if you look at timbers and others, then okay, that is more readily available. But of course, they also come with some problems.
Thank you very much, Alessandro, for answering. I think that's the Ashim Roy who asked this question, gave us excellent idea to add a real case box on construction, because we have none currently. And as Alessandro said, I will try to find information about Singapore case, marine clay, and add it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just you seem to know the person who asked the question. There's another one from the Ashim Roy. That is, what is the status of policy stimulus like subsidy and interest subvention for loan and green building, which will help access to finance for green housing and promote green adoption, or great adoption, sorry. I was ready to say lead it as green, but what about it?
Yeah, this is another excellent question on the policy side. Many countries provide policy support, like different instrument combination, even like tax incentives, grants, subsidies, loans. But what some developing countries challenge they're facing that even they introduce this policy and support, sometimes they don't get enough demand for this. And they are trying to how to make this policy incentive attractive to actually take this loan in order to invest. Sometimes because there are funds and they are underused. Country makes a fund, but they are underused. So then countries need some, I think, knowledge how to make these policies more effective, so they attract enough attention. So that's the question about this policy. I think there are many countries provide policies support for energy efficiency improvements, particularly. But they are not always attractive. And that's the, I think, main objective, how to make them more attractive in order to make projects bankable. Because in developing Asia, energy cost is usually low, like electricity price, let's say. We did project on Singapore, and I actually went to meet building owners of those who are working on ESCO, energy services companies. Yeah, and then they are struggling with getting enough demand for these ESCO services because they say if it's working, then why to worry, right? If it's running, because lack of incentives, like electricity price could be too low. Like in many developing countries, also could be lack of awareness, could be lack of education and information.
Thank you. I have a very naive question for you. I quote you in your presentation mentioning it's possible that in the future some government may introduce the compulsory the regulation, the standards towards green building. How do you foresee that happen? In which part of the world do you think it will happen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think such policy can start, and rather than asking when can happen, I would say how to prepare a country to be ready for such policy, right? So perception, because what the main worry for any government when we implement policy, what will be perception towards that policy from business people, right? From commercial, from households. And so how to prepare country for such a policy? Government can start with compulsory for public buildings, right? Like houses or hospitals, schools, public administrative buildings. I think in India, I don't remember, they made compulsory energy efficient lights for public buildings. So it's all like step by step preparation. I don't recommend it to suddenly. I think it's a long-term planning and having this strategy. Like we want to have all public buildings on energy efficient lights by this year. Then and so on, and like all these targets continue and leading towards meeting those national determined contributions like greenhouse gas reduction or net zero carbon by mid-century.
I suppose that you can learn from each other. So going back to this case box, you can learn from the good practices, and then maybe you can leapfrog. One government can leapfrog, but learning from other governments what they are doing and they're successful. Oh, I have a few. Oh, yes, Alessandro.
No, I just want to ask a question to Dina. How do you see this as positive energy building? I mean, I know we're all looking for net zero, but then how do you see that? Is something that is not, yeah, what's your view?
Sorry, I didn't understand. How do I see green buildings?
The positive energy building. So meaning that probably a building is producing more than what actually needs. There is some, in Singapore, for instance, we are talking about that. But how do you see that?
I think you call it prosumage, right? When you don't consume, you prosume, right? Actually, we didn't include it in the paper. We didn't go beyond green buildings. Like you said, after net zero carbon, then prosumage, positive energy supply. I haven't thought about this, but I think And as Clayton Miller said, probably not achievable for very tall buildings, but probably could be achieved by households like living on their own buildings, right? But not so much for big residential, tall residential or tall commercial buildings.
I suppose there are more and more new technologies become available, and then I hope that the consumers will be willing to become prosumers. But for that, they have to be aware of these new technologies and then the trend and then what they are required. The session 3, the survey came back with the results that the 56% of the audience are aware of green building standards in their country. So we have a lot of room for improvement in terms of green building promotion, and why, which energy efficiency benefits most important to you. The top is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but followed by improving quality of life, rather than improving indoor environment or reducing the energy expenses. So multi-benefit approach would be very interesting to follow. And then the green buildings may have a very good advantage of doing that. With that, I would like to conclude this session. We have actually reached the end of the timing. And then I would like to thank both of you, Dina and Alessandro, for very lively discussion. And I also have to go back to the first two, the presenter and discussant who may have not be there anymore, but Professor Toby Peters and then Dr. Clayton Miller. It was a very wonderful, the kind of a little bit futuristic session, because we are talking about a lot to do into the future. So I wish you a very best of luck for the future work. Thank you very much. I would like to conclude this session with that.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yamashita, for moderating this session so nicely and actively. And thank you for all our speakers, Alessandro, and also Toby Peters and Clayton Miller, and our active audience for their wonderful questions. I would like to end this day. This is end of the day number 2 out of 3 days. Our audience, please kindly, and speakers, join us tomorrow. Same link will work on tomorrow. And we are starting tomorrow on, just a second. We are starting tomorrow at 8:50 Tokyo time. Please join, and we have a recent update on our agenda. We have a confirmation for a keynote speech by COP26 President Alok Sharma from London. So please see our updated agenda and also biographies of all our speakers, and looking forward to see you tomorrow. Goodbye.